Ana, quando eu puder. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, good afternoon. Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the Faculty of Psychology and Education of the University of Porto, and Portugal. Boa tarde aos portugueses, obrigada por estarem aqui e bem-vindos à Faculdade de Psicologia e de Ciências da Educação da Universidade do Porto. Greetings to our table members, especially to the Director of the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Porto, Professor Altamiro da Costa Pereira. It's a pleasure to have you here, and also to Professor Pedro Nobre, the Director of the Research Center of Psychology, and also of the doctoral program in human sexuality. It is an honor to share this table and this opening ceremony with you. Welcome to our international guests that are present here and also online. Thank you for your presence and for the opportunity to hear from your research. I welcome also the national and international researchers and teachers and the students to this seminar and to the new edition of the doctoral program. This initiative was organized together with the Cost Action Training School 2021 European Research Workshop in Sexual Medicine that took place from 18 October to today, 20 October at our faculty. It is a privilege to host this international seminar of the doctoral program that aims to celebrate the third edition of this doctoral program, and that is an example of collaboration and interchange of knowledge, practice, and experience in teaching and research among different faculties of the University of Porto, ours, and also the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Porto and the Biomedical Institute of the University of Porto. It is a unique program of its kind in Europe, and it is already a success. This seminar will celebrate this and also will be an occasion to reunite science and practice in the domain, and also a huge opportunity to exchange views, perspectives, models of intervention, and to share new ideas of research. This is also a moment to bring together leading researchers and scholars from around the world to collaborate, exchange, and share knowledge, theoretical and empirical research findings, and also especially an important opportunity for graduate and postgraduate students. This is also a moment of celebration. Our sex lab is almost 12 years, more or less 12 years of existence, and it is a good example of investment of the faculty in the development of this area, of the faculty, and of course of the researchers leading by Professor Pedro Nobre. Is also a pedagogical and scientific opportunity for training of students and researchers. Together with this sex lab, we have also a sexual health consultation that is also organized by this sex lab, and as Professor Pedro Nobre, Professor Conceição Nogueira, that is here also the Vice Director of the doctoral program. And we have launched this sexual health consultation 2 years ago at the University of Porto for all the academic community. And this is a signal of our concern with the needs of the community regarding these aspects. And the faculty has a long tradition of counseling services for the community, for different publics and areas. And this is another example of our continuous and solid investment in intervention and in this area. So these are all moments of joy and celebration. I hope this seminar will be of celebration, and of scientific exchange. And I thank you all for your presence here today and welcome you to our faculty and to our doctoral program in human sexuality. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to pass to Professor Altamiro, the Director of the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Porto.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to congratulate Professor Luisa Faria and Professor Pedro Nobre for the initiative and for hosting this important PhD program in human sexuality. And my presence is just to acknowledge the importance of multidisciplinarity to study this subject. This subject, of course, involves psychological aspects, involves social aspects, involves biological aspects, involves medical aspects, and more. It's an incredible challenge topic that has huge consequences in human societies. Not only babies that I had a few times, but also involves crimes, involves many different aspects, and so the presence of the Faculty of Medicine, and together with these two other faculties of the Porto University and many other universities that are involved across Europe, and that we have different scientists, and I'm sure I'm sure that the program will in the forthcoming months and years, many theses, of course, are going to happen, and I'm sure that the level of multidisciplinarity is going even to increase to accommodate all these different aspects and all these different layers. So it is just to congratulate and to hope that the students, especially the students, of course the professors it's also a joy for them to have someone to share their interests and their research and all this, but especially the students are the ones that all these are about, because it's a PhD program, and I hope that they will enjoy the program and their thesis will be so much accomplished as it was the baby.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Professor Pedro Nobre.
Obrigado, muito bom dia a todos. Primeiras palavras em português. Primeiro, vou tirar a máscara, pena que não possamos todos ainda tirar a máscara. Bem-vindos a todos, obrigado por estarem presentes. Eu vou falar em inglês porque temos vários colegas em inglês, este é um seminário internacional em inglês, mas não queria deixar de dizer estas primeiras palavras também em português. So, thank you very much. Welcome everyone. I said a few words in Portuguese, welcoming words in Portuguese also. It is my great pleasure to be here finally without mask for a few seconds or minutes. But I think this is, to begin with, the first message that I would like to say, of course, thank you, Professor Luisa Faria, the head of my faculty. I'm very proud that my faculty supported this project, not only the PhD, but the sex lab, the research group in sexuality, the research group in gender studies and sexuality, and, you know, masters and all the projects that we dreamed and are coming true. So thank you for supporting that. I think that was very important, and it continues to be very important. And also a message to Professor Altamiro. This is, as we said, a very important joint venture. So it's not a psychology course. It's much more than that, and this is the added value of this doctoral program. So thank you for being here, which for us is very, very important. Let me say that it's for me personally also, this is the third edition of the doctoral program. We had inaugurations like this before COVID. This is the first actually after the pandemic. And of course, the room is not full as it was in the past, so that's something, but it's pretty well attended anyway, so I'm happy with that. And it's an opportunity again to meet together. I think we all need that, and it's good for that. This is the occasion for that in a way. I will be brief. I will actually say that we had more than 200 people registering online. So this is being live streamed. And so I'm speaking not only for you, for the ones who are present, but for ones who are online from all over the world. I think this is one of the good, one of the few good things about the pandemic is that we learn to, you know, easily be in connection with everyone else wherever they are. And this is also, I think, a very democratic process in a way. But so I want to welcome everyone who's online also. I hope that at some point in the future we can be also in presence. I have to say a few words about the people who made this happen, but let me first welcome, you know, my colleagues, the speakers will share with you. And this is the opportunity, I mean, this is also an opportunity because there was a costing training, Luisa told this before, that was sponsored by a cost grant. And so this was, because of this, we have 12 students and early researchers who are there. So thank you for joining and welcome again. Of course, it will be better if you could merge with others. I hope during the break we will do that a bit. But the costs also covered, of course, their presence and the presence of my esteemed colleagues, Marika David, Cynthia Graham, Eric Jensen, and Alexander Stuloffer. So thank you for joining also for this open session. I'm very pleased. They are also very good friends. And then we will have also colleagues who will be online sharing also during this session. Professor Jan Askew, I will introduce you to him in a few minutes, but he's representing WHO, is director of the Sexual and Reproductive Health Department. So we will share thoughts about why sexuality research matters from the point of view of WHO. Then there will be the debate, which actually is around the same topic from my colleagues who I already announced. And Dr. Marianne Grail-Sockia will also share a bit about the cost. I'm sure I did, I hope I did the name well. She's the head of the cost training action, and she could also share a bit about what is this network, because this might be important for all of you, not only the ones who were involved, but also PhD students and all others in the field of sexuality overall. And we will also have my good friend and colleagues for the World Association of Sexual Health, Alain Jamy, who's currently vice president, will also share his thoughts about why sexuality research matters from the point of view of WAS, and Elna Rodolph, the current president of WAS, who will also discuss my presentation actually on the World Observatory of Sexual Health. And we will end with Monica Ferro, who is the head of UNFPA office in Geneva. So she's a Portuguese. Unfortunately, she won't be able to be here in person, so she will be from Geneva, sharing her thoughts also on why this matters from the point of view of UNFPA. And I think I'm not missing anyone. If I am, please let me know now. The closing ceremony, my colleague Conceição Nogueira, who I have also to acknowledge, because this is a joint adventure, because we dreamed about this maybe 5 years ago or 6 years ago, of creating this PhD in human sexuality. It has been a challenge, but also I think very incredible challenge with a lot of learning also in between. So thank you for that. And thank you to Joana. Joana Carvalho is my colleague, my old friend. She was one of my first PhD students, actually. And she's now actually, how can I say this, directing the sex lab and many things that I used to do in the past. I'm very, very relieved that she's now taking over. And so thank you for everything, Joana. And the wonderful team that is not, probably many of them are around, but others are outside, from the sex lab and from the gender group, gender and sexuality and diversity groups. Without them, nothing of this would have been possible. They are always around, they are always supportive. So thank you. I would actually, for the ones who are online, I have a number of slides about the PhD. Let's see if I can show. Can anyone help me and show? Can you put the slides on? It's just briefly to share some main features of our doctoral program. See if this works. Okay. Thank you very much, Sandra. So actually, I think you have a QR code here that you could print or take a photo if you want with everything, and you could have access to the website with all information about the PhD. But let me just share, because this is important. When we start discussing about the possibility of creating this PhD in Portugal, we thought that there were many, or at least a few PhDs all over the world. And we found out that in Europe, there's no PhD in sexuality. There are a few PhDs in gender and sexuality, which is not exactly the same in the UK, but we didn't find anything else in any country in Europe. And even in North America, there are a few, but not that many. So we end up being the first PhD program in human sexuality in Europe, and one of the few in the world. And this is, of course, challenging in a way. One thing that I want to share this also. For us, we are based in Portugal. And of course, Portugal is an European country, so that is very important. But we are among the poorest countries in Europe, and that also makes a difference in many ways. But we are very willing to welcome people from all over Europe and all over the world. For us, it's a challenge also because of the language. It's not that easy for everyone in Portugal to speak English perfectly or enough, for instance, even to lecture. So this is kind of, we discussed this actually in the course because of publications, but the question of language is still a barrier. I hope that we can find a way for that in the future. Again, this is a partnership between, the Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Medicine, and ICBAS, which is the institution, biomedical institution. So this is a three-party adventure. And there's also a lot of different research centers involved from these three different faculties, which also this is also very important. And the other important thing is that we have, I would say, 5 main areas. So this is a PhD with, of course, a multidisciplinary flavor. We wanted to make it more interdisciplinary as possible, but we have, of course, a strong group in clinical sexology, on sexuality education, gender and sexuality, sexual medicine also, and one on sexual and reproductive health. So these are our 5 main topics of interest, and we have colleagues who are experts in each of these 5 domains. And of course, we want to, again, be part of a broader international network, not only in terms of research, but also in terms of, again, research for the sake of knowledge is, of course, fundamental, but this is a field where the application, the importance of research goes much beyond knowledge in itself. So this is what we're going to discuss today. And finally, this is the group. Sessão is there, but some of the members of the scientific committee were not able to join today, but I want to acknowledge all of them. So thank you very much for this. And we also have a lab. Some of you already know that, but the ones who are online and don't know about us and are willing to work in the lab, please let us know and come to us. And final word, there's also a center in psychology, research center in psychology. I happen to be right now also the director of the research center in psychology. It is for me, it's also some learning experience in the way that the importance of, again, interconnection and networking with different kinds of knowledge and experience, even within psychology. And one last word about this, more and more research is being funded based on bigger topics. And we actually recently were able to be funded in the biggest grant that I ever got in my life was a very recent one, and on a field that I'm not an expert, but I joined with others to make it, a strong team. I think this is the message for the future and also for potential funding. And this means, again, relationship with others, it means networking, and it means interdisciplinarity more than just multidisciplinarity. So that's my main message to begin with. So again, welcome everyone, and I hope you enjoy this afternoon.
Okay. So, thank you very much for your attention. The scientific program is going to begin. So Professor Pedro Nobre is going to introduce the next international conference invited. And so thank you again and enjoy this seminar and hope to see you around without mask, but no, with mask, Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I see Jan already on the screen. Yeah, so can you hear me, Jan?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Oh, okay. The sound seems to be a bit low from Jan. Can you just check? I will do, well, just a minute and I will introduce you. You can hear well? Okay, we can see you very well actually. So thank you. So it's my privilege to introduce you to Dr. Jan Askew. Dr. Jan is the director of WHO Department of Sexual and Reproductive Health and Research. In his role, he provides leadership in guiding efforts to achieve WHO's vision of a world in which all people attain the highest possible standards of health and well-being, including their sexual and reproductive health, and to implement health and rights mandate as the leading entity in the UN system for generating evidence on sexual and reproductive health and rights. Dr. Jan is a social scientist by training and has led research over 3 decades that has developed and tested interventions for improving access to and use of sexual and reproductive health services, with a particular focus on health systems in sub-Saharan Africa And before joining WHO in 2016, Dr. Askew lived in Kenya, Africa for 25 years and worked in multiple countries through Africa and globally. So it's my great pleasure to have you here. Welcome and thank you for accepting, Jan. And you will briefly talk about why sexual research matters from the point of view of WHO. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pedro, very much indeed for the invitation. And it's great to be able to join you even virtually. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, the sound is low. I'm not sure if you could do from your side anything to, I can hear you, but I don't think everyone else here can hear you well. But let's try. I'm not sure if you could put, can you hear me well to begin with?
Yes, you're very clear, yes.
Não há forma de aumentar o som, Pedro. Não? Yeah, vai dar microfone? We're trying to get a strategy, so see if we can amplify your sound.
Okay.
Let's see.
Thank you. Is that any louder? Still not loud enough. Because I'm using my normal microphone here, so I think it's maybe at your end.
And online, your sound is excellent.
Yeah, also, okay, so online at least they can hear you perfectly, but online we can, okay, but Jan, please move forward. I think we need to continue. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be part of this celebration. It's a shame I can't be there in person, but greetings to everyone from Geneva. I have just a few slides to guide through the presentation, and so let me present those now, and we can move from there. Okay, so can you see the slides on the screen? Yes. Okay. Well, first, I do need to clarify that for his introduction, Pedro indicated that I'm both the director of the Sexual and Reproductive Health and Research Department at WHO, but I'm also the director of the UN Special Program for Research on Human Reproduction. And these two responsibilities go together very well, because within the WHO mandate, we are the global normative body around health, and it's our responsibility to promote and enable the human right to the highest achievable standard of sexual and reproductive health through providing normative guidance to countries globally. And in the role of the director of the HRP Special Research Program, we have a mandate for being uniquely the sole agency within the United Nations system for doing research on sexual and reproductive health. It's important to note that WHO and HRP have a long history of addressing human sexuality. As you can see from this timeline, back in 1974, we convened a meeting on sexuality and education and treatment issues. And over the years, sexuality and sexual health have featured in various documents and in various guidelines and various international statements. Some of the milestones to highlight here was that in 1994, the International Conference on Population Development did include sexual health, but very much within a framework of reproductive health. And this was primarily for political reasons. Many of the states voting on the ICPD program of action were uncomfortable with having sexuality and sexual health so prominent in the document, and so it's in the document. Sexual health issues are covered there. Human sexuality is very well addressed, but it's not so prominent. Similar things happened when WHO developed its reproductive health strategy 10 years later, WHO's reproductive health strategy is in reality a sexual and reproductive health strategy. When you read the document, there are several items around sexual health in there, and sexual health is one of 5 main components in WHO's reproductive health strategy. Given this reluctance to publicly speak out and propose sexual health as being an integral part of human development, over the last decade or so, we've been focusing a lot on trying to develop definitions, emphasizing a rights-based approach, the legal aspects of access to such services, and on developing program guidance. So most of our work over the last 2 decades has been primarily global level and normative, and less working at the country level and on research. But we're seeking to change that very much in our current approaches. This next slide highlights at least 2 frameworks for the intersections between sexual health and reproductive health and rights. On the left-hand side, you'll see the framework which was developed through our department and tries to show the interaction between various aspects of sexual health and reproductive health and the rights aspects of both. And on the right-hand side is the framing by the Guttmacher-Lancet Commission that brings sexual health, reproductive health, sexual rights and reproductive rights really to the fore, and that Commission's report really brought out the interactions between these. It's been interesting also that we've been able in the last 2 years to change the name of my department. When I joined in 2016, we were the Reproductive Health and Research Department, and we've been successfully able to change the title of the department over the last couple of years to the Sexual and Reproductive Health and Research Department. So I'm saying that to illustrate that globally and certainly within WHO and its other agencies, there is a strong movement towards a more high profile and politically acceptable definition and presentation of sexuality and sexual health beyond seeing it as part of reproductive health.
Yeah, may I interrupt you? Could you put the full screen for the slides, because we are seeing your notes on the screen also. Is that
okay?
We can see, but in small frames. So if you could.
Okay, sorry, I've been using both, but let me try again.
Slideshow, maybe. If not, we can continue, but we see a small frame in your notes also. So.
Okay, no, so I'm just putting it back up again. So do you now have the full slide?
You need to share the screen now, yes. Now, yes, great, much better, thank you.
Now you have the full slide.
Yes, now, yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So this was the last one that I showed. Moving on to the next one, what I wanted to say here was that WHO does have a working definition of sexual health, and it's important to note several aspects of this. I won't read it out word for word, but from our perspective, it's really important to emphasize a continuum between sexual health as an integral part of sexual well-being and a transition and a continuum across to disease. And within that, we really try to emphasize sex positivity, respectfulness, pleasure, safe sexual practices, non-discriminatory consensual relationships. We also highlight in this definition the importance of sexual rights. And this definition for us is an important one because it allows and enables many countries to address sexual health issues, even if there are more conservative definitions in some countries. It is a working definition and may evolve over time, but it's WHO's current definition of sexual health, and it's important to consider it from that perspective. The next slide that I wanted to put up, it highlights, I hope these are not too new to people, the issue around trying to really bring out sexual health as being part of and an integral element of sexual well-being. In 2016, the Global Advisory Board for Sexual Health and Wellbeing really tried to bring out this first definition of trying to emphasize the relationships between sexual health, sexual rights, and sexual pleasure. And more recently, a few months ago, there was a very important paper published in The Lancet, which explored the issue of sexual well-being even further and came up with the conceptualization and framework that you see on the right-hand side. I've highlighted these two because for us, they present exciting possibilities of expanding the definition and the work of WHO in these areas. In terms of the actual research priorities that we're currently undertaking and look to expand in the future, this slide provides the 5 broad categories of our research priorities. Again, I won't go into detail about each of these, and I'm happy to talk more about them, but just wanted to try to highlight that we are presenting our sexual health and sexuality research across a broad range of areas, stretching from the more traditional research around prevention and control of sexually transmitted infections, including HIV, looking issues around prevention and management of cervical and other reproductive cancers as they affect sexual health, looking at issues around education, counseling, and care as these relate to sexuality, sexual relationships, and sexual identity. Also looking at areas around sexual function and psychosexual counseling, for example, through the ICD-11 framings and definitions. And then importantly, promoting positive sexual and reproductive and psychosocial development for sexual health as people go through adolescence, and early life, midlife, and older life. So for us, we're looking to try to develop a research framework and research agenda across these areas. And so my final slide moves to the issue of an invitation to those of you currently and graduating from the program and from others on attending this seminar to partner with us in achieving this vision. We have 4 broad elements that we're trying to achieve. We're trying to not only expand our work and particularly research around sexual health through setting a research agenda, generating evidence and disseminating this evidence, using the evidence to inform normative guidance, policy dialogue at country level and country program support, advocacy globally, regionally, and nationally for the importance of sexuality and sexual health, and networking and convening, a role that we take very seriously. We're really trying to promote the idea of sexual health and sexual well-being, guided by WHO's working definition that I presented earlier. Underlying all of this is a critical aspect to promote the need to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights related to sexuality. So we're very much trying to ensure that everything that we do is framed from a human rights perspective. And finally, trying to ensure that we address sexual well-being across the life course and for persons of all sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions. So with that, I'd like to encourage anyone to join with us in achieving this and implementing this program of research going forwards. And I look forward to hearing thoughts about how that could happen, both through this program and other ways. So thank you, Pedro, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jan. Sorry about these technical problems, but I think we were able to follow everything and the sound was actually great. So thank you. We still have, we are a little bit over time, but I think we still can use at least 5 minutes for any question that you want. So I'm open for questions or comments for the ones who are present here in the room. Is there any question or comment? No, Eric Jensen, please. Can you pass the mic? No, that's the mic.
Thank you for. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear Eric? Let's see.
Yes, I can.
Thank you for that really interesting talk. The one thing I wondered, especially when it comes to research priorities, there's mentioning of obviously respect and what I would assume are consent-related topics, but I didn't see sexual violence specifically mentioned as a research priority. Can you say a bit more about that?
Sure, yeah, thanks for raising that. It was sort of folded into there, but we have a major program of research on violence, generally including sexual violence, particularly trying to work through programming expertise and clinical responses. Most of the focus that we have to date has been on violence against women and adolescents for many reasons. But we are trying to ensure that we're able to build up the evidence base around violence against men, against transgender people as well. So it's an area where, as I say, the work on violence against women is well established, and we've got a strong research program there. But for violence against people with other gender identities, we very much welcome the opportunity to collaborate on such research. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Sorry. Any other question? No? I actually also, so I'll take the opportunity to also ask a final question, which is actually with much of what you said. I think in a way it's very interesting and positive to see that sexuality or sexual was included in the name of your own department, which, and I'm of course there's a lot of, I mean, there is an important symbolic change in a way. I was wondering about research because, of course, this is a seminar on research and importance of sexuality research. We discussed this actually recently at there was a congress also during your talk. There's a huge imbalance between research on sexuality aspects besides HIV and reproductive health. There's a huge imbalance between research, what we know from the global north compared to the global south, and what can we do, what kind of incentive or funding in order to cover that gap in terms of main sexuality related topics beyond reproductive and HIV topics. So can you elaborate on that and what potential opportunities for funding and for research on that, and what can WHO do on that matter?
Thank you. And yes, I mean, it was not easy to get our title changed to Sexual and Reproductive Health and Research, and we do have research in the title of the department to reflect the special research program that I talked about. What we're trying to do is to build our own expertise and capacity internally as well, because historically, our work on sexual health and sexual rights has not been a major part of our work. There's been so much emphasis more on reproductive health, reproductive rights, for the political reasons I've given previously. And so what we are trying to do now is to build up and expand that. We've now created a new unit within the department that specifically focuses on sexual health. We're recruiting new positions and new people to be in that department. And so we're hoping over the next few months to build the capacity internally. to be able to really play a much more active role globally. And I think this is very important. As you know, we have the World Association for Sexual Health and other professional associations, many university departments and so on that undertake research in sexual health and sexuality issues. But within the UN system, it's quite rare. There's ourselves and UNFPA, who you'll be hearing from later. But beyond that, it's not very well addressed in the UN system. So I think this is what we're really trying to do, is to take this moment in time when we've been able to change the title of the department. We've been able to be much more explicit about the work on sexuality that we do, and really hope that we can use this as a new dawn, if you like, of really being able to build the evidence base and have that feed into national policies and programming through advocacy and through the civil society activism to really bring sexual health to the fore and to really reflect the important role that it plays in everyone's lives. So this is an open invitation, as I said. And we'll be happy to continue discussions over the coming months to build those relationships. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. It was a pleasure to have you with us. I hope next time we'll be face to face and we could visit Portugal and Porto and we could exchange these ideas together. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are now moving to the next session. I will invite all my colleagues. Joana Carvalho will moderate the session, and we will have a panel, a roundtable on why sexuality research matters from the point of view of different esteemed colleagues and researchers worldwide known on this topic. So please.
Yeah, I know. I'm John.
Hello. Hello.
Can we all take them off at the same time?
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the University of Porto, or the digital version of the University of Porto as well. And, I'm very happy to have the next team with you, and it is going to be an informal conversation. So I hope that everyone here can join this conversation about why sexuality research matters. So I hope you can join, don't be shy, and actually at the end you can share, spread the word about why sexuality research matters. But to start this conversation, we have, 4 lovely presenters here. We have Alexander Stulhofer from University of Zagreb, Eric Jason from Leuven University, Marik Diewick from Maastricht University, and Cynthia Graham from Southampton University. And for those who do not know these, guys here, well, I just want to say that this is how quality looks like. It has these faces, right? So I hope you can actually take the best of this. Sasha, just do the kickoff. Yeah.
Sure. Pleasure to be here. First, because it's Portugal. Second, because I get a chance to see, how faces the future sex researchers. So I'll be brief and I'll offer a very personal answer to the question, why is sex research important? So I'll say it's about 2 things. It's about micro reasons and macro reasons. And I'll start with micro reasons because biographically, this is how I started. In the beginning, I didn't really care about the public good or the idea that sexuality is really important and socially relevant, which is something that I found interesting. For some reason, I always thought that people are, well, sometimes wonderful, sometimes less wonderful, different. But each one is kind of a world in itself. And sexuality was also a field that you could really feel and see and hear about the differences. Plus, as a young researcher, I wanted to do something spectacular and become famous and blah, blah, blah. And the advantage that I had in Croatia, unlike in Portugal, because of Pedro, there was no one there doing it. So I thought, I'll do something completely new and everybody would know about me. So this is how it started. It was narcissistic and egotistical reasons, motives. But then you start working on, I started working with students even before I started, almost before I started doing sex research, I started teaching about sexuality and listening and discussing. And then little by little, I realized there is a context which is important. So I started talking about adolescent, not only adolescent risk-taking, sexual risk-taking, but also about the importance of being able to experiment with sexuality when you're young. Which, when you talk about pleasure, or at least you hint that there should be pleasure at the end of the line, some people get pretty nervous. Then I realized that there's nothing much about sexual health in terms of male and female dysfunctions or difficulties that people have. At that time, there was no expertise in psychosexual therapy nor medical sexology. It changed in the meantime. But there was also something that I thought, I could do, together with some people, I could do something about it. And we were able to found a society for sociosexual psychosexual therapy, which is 8 people in the country of 4 million, but at least a few people can get their expert and ask about things that they found really important in their private lives. And of course, that was a question of sexual education, sexuality education, which is a pressing issue in many countries. Very few have successfully dealt with this. They're usually in the north, not in the south, unfortunately. Because somehow it must be a relationship between climate and the liberal outlooks or permissiveness. When you get cold and then you somehow relax, you're more relaxed about sexuality. But anyhow, so I always had this idea that this is what I should advocate for. Really push this idea that it's important that we do introduce something in our schools, something comprehensive. And then I almost gave up, but then politics and government changes, and suddenly it was on the agenda of the new government. In 2012, everything seemed rosy. We were able to set up a program based on WHO European Office guidelines, and it's going to be introduced in all the schools, primary and secondary. Wow, I can retire by having my life work achievement, at least informally, being handed to me. Well, and then shit happened, right? Cultural war. It was the moment that I realized how well the other side got organized. And we were hopelessly naive and ill-prepared for what actually ensued. And so effectively, the program was killed in less than 2 months. It was introduced in schools, but no teacher would touch it. It was too hot, too controversial. So not to go into personal details, what I'm trying to say is you will always have personal motives, but there's a context. And each country is different in that sense. And you will definitely find, I'm sure you will feel a need to find a way to be useful to your clients, or maybe a broader group of people like kids, like old people, which is also one of the services that we like in Croatia, or any other group, vulnerable groups, sexual minorities. So, engagement is somehow, historically, when you look at the sexology as a discipline, almost everyone was activist in this or the other way. Somehow it seems that we're just prone to this hopelessly naive idea that we can change the world, but it's truly there. So to end, in my mind, I never regretted none of these things, not even the narcissism at the earliest stages, because somehow it pushes you. I've seen some of my students who are more humble and more critical by their own personality flaws and lack of expertise. And they should advance better than I did, but they don't, because they stop themselves. So a little bit of narcissism, at least, it's good. So now I would say it's time for the younger generation to take up this sort of energy-consuming work of changing the world. And I'll just, be around and just remind myself that, as one sociologist said it nicely, that sexology or sex research is a dirty work in the best possible meaning. Thank you.
Sorry. Cynthia, your thoughts, please.
Okay, is my mic on? Yeah. Okay. First, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I was here 2 years ago. 2 years ago when it was 3 years ago when this program was inaugurated, and it was an amazing day, and it's wonderful to see the program flourishing. And it was in the same room that we had the seminar, so it's great to be back. I was thinking about this sort of all day. I was thinking about what to say. I just really want to make two points about why sexuality matters from the perspective of a researcher, and I was a clinician as well. So the first thing is that I think, like all of my colleagues up here, I never intended my career to be as a sex researcher, far from it, from a very Catholic background as well. My intention was to be a clinical psychologist, but as it happened, just by chance, I started doing sex therapy from my first week of clinical training in Scotland, seeing couples and individuals with sexual problems. And so the first thing I really realized, which I didn't know before, was how much lack of information there still was, and how much, so this is more on education than research, but I'll come to research. I was really struck seeing couples who knew really nothing about sexuality and were experiencing problems in their relationships that were often really long-lasting and very impactful. So that's the first thing. The second thing, as I continued doing sex therapy for quite a few years, I was struck by, and everyone in sex therapy is, by the lack of outcome research. And that is still the case. So there are really good approaches to sex therapy that are effective, but there's still a real difficulty in getting funding in particular for that area. So the first point I would say is about the importance and the long-lasting, the consequences for relationships of sexual function problems. The second point is broader. So as my career developed, I moved away actually from sex therapy, and I'm now working in a number of different areas. One of them being sexual risk-taking. I do a lot of work on condom use and contraception. And even though I think things are changing, there's still a need to justify why sexuality is important in so many areas for researchers. So we need to justify that often for grants and funding. And we need to do that often in a way that focuses on sexual problems and risk-taking and negative consequences, not, as Ian was talking about, in enhancing well-being. And that's still a real problem. But I think, being optimistic, I think it's changing, starting to change. You have to justify it often for research ethics committees. So I'll give you one example of a study that I'm doing now. It involves young men aged 16 to 25. It's a big study, and it's evaluation of a new intervention that we've developed to try and increase pleasure, in condom use experience. So not just increase condom uptake, but experiences being more positive. And when we went to this is in the UK, when we went to the ethics committee, the first question we were asked by the chair was, why are you studying young men who are under 18? And it was actually a really easy question to answer, because the STI rates are highest in that group of, particularly 16 to sort of 21 in the UK. That was difficult, but we still, I think, need to use that justification for why sexuality matters when it's so much broader than that. And just so to say, going back to Ian's talk, I really welcome the ideas that are starting to change within WHO and many organizations, and the greater focus on pleasure and not just on problems, and on a much broader idea about sexual well-being beyond just sexual behavior and sexual taking. That's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Your turn. Yeah.
Can I take this one? Yeah.
Okay. Cindy and I have a lot in common, and also know the thoughts about this question as well as, you know, I'm happy, very happy to be back here again as well. I was here too 3 years ago, and actually 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I love to come back to Porto as often as possible, and for many reasons. Porto is beautiful, and this amazing team here under Pedro's guidance is a delight to work with in so many ways. I too, like Cindy and Sasha and Sandra, have of course been thinking about this question and struggling with it for a number of reasons. Privately, sort of for me, sex research mattered right from the start. But of course, it's not like you're 7 years old and you say, I want to become a sex researcher. I actually don't remember what I wanted to become when I was 7 years old, but I was very interested in the mind and emotions. I studied psychology, and I talked with a professor who really opened my mind for the first time, because we didn't have any sexuality courses in our psychology program. I studied in Amsterdam, also got my PhD there. But he talked about, you know, thinking of sexual desire and arousal as emotions, as belonging to the emotions, as being just a happiness. And I don't know, conceptually something happened with me in my mind. I loved it, and I started work on that topic. Why did it matter? It mattered to me. I loved the topic. And there was also a period in my life, but also as far as I remember in the Netherlands, where I was, where nobody actually who was involved in sexuality research was confronted with that question of why is what you're doing important. And that's why I see the different ways of approaching the question and from different perspectives. Indeed, as Cindy mentioned, from grants perspective, people may want to know, so why would we give you money for this, right? But we can also more academically ask the question of why does sex as a topic matter? No, why study air? Why study love? Why study the moon? So the question is in itself is a fine question, I think. Why is it important? But it never really was something that I thought of because of those reasons, but mainly because of those other reasons. Like, why are you doing that? And that became very prominent for me when I moved to the US and started working at the Kinsey Institute. And when I submitted my first federal grant, my grant got attacked in Congress with some other ones. And because it was taxpayers' money and it was a waste of money, my project was on the role of sexual arousal, which is one of the themes in my research, in influencing our sexual decision-making. So the role of being aroused in risky sex, and with a series of experimental and psychophysiological studies. And so I got the grant, and I was very proud of that. And then I found out it was going to be voted on in Congress whether I was allowed to keep the money. And from that moment on, this became a very prominent matter, because thanks to the American Psychological Association, they brought me to Washington, they gave us training, we met with senators, and it was always the same question: why would we fund sex research?
being at the King's Institute, there was a recurring question too. The senators in Indiana asked us also, why would we fund through Indiana University your kind of, they called the King's Institute the porn pit of Indiana. Partly because, you know, we used sexual films to induce sexual arousal and anyway. So that was for the first time for me, that confrontation. And to be honest, initially I found that very annoying and irritating. Now I'm in the stage in my career where I think it's maybe okay to justify and to help to explain it. But obviously it's only important because we apparently need to still explain it, and the people who really believe it's not an important topic. Now our approach to it back then, and I could have a whole series of slides because this is what we've spent a lot of time on at the King's Institute, is defending our work, our research, explaining why it was important, and often that would be with numbers. How many HIV cases, how much sexual violence there is in the world, and sexual dysfunction. This, we could talk about this forever, or at least for a very long time, sort of why it is important to study those things. Now, especially in this COVID pandemic, of course, we see it everywhere, the role of science in policy making and decision making. And so I think that's a relatively easy justification, if you want to make real decisions, but also in terms of how do you treat problems? How do you approach sex education? I think all those decisions, policies related to sexual and reproductive health should be informed by science. So that would be kind of my answer. I don't necessarily believe that's what I need to do here, but that's one perspective, and it raises the question of why do we ask the question to begin with, and a number of different reasons to do it. I think, for me myself, and I'll stop with that, is so from a more personal perspective, as I said, I'm interested in it. I actually, when Pedro asked me to participate in this, my first thought was actually not necessarily, it was of that situation in Washington, and of my grand survived, by the way, but with 2 votes different. And it was really voted on in Congress. We could see it on TV live, we could follow the debates, and very interesting, and it's really a major impact on me. But the second thing I immediately thought of was a person, Nico Freida, probably one of the most esteemed and important psychologists that the Netherlands has ever had, in my view. Very famous emotion theorist, Freida. Look him up if you don't know. But he, when he retired, he gave a talk on psychology. And I still have the little book. I give it to most of my students and PhD students to read. And the title, it's all in Dutch, but the title is something like, Psychology Matters. Psychology as a discipline. In Dutch, it's a word with play because it also means that it has psychology has desire and wants. So, but in that talk, in this speech, which was turned into a book, he talks about, what have we really accomplished with psychology as a science over the years? Have we solved all the problems in the world? How well are our treatments really working? Quite critical. But his main message was, regardless because you could wonder also why the sexuality or sex research matter, like have we solved everything? Do our therapies and treatments work? There's still sexual violence, treatment of sexual dysfunctions. How successful are we? We could zoom in on that too. But his main message was, a culture, a society that does not take those types of questions seriously, doesn't have a soul. Doesn't take itself seriously. So to me, sex research probably matters because it is a really important part of who we are and what we are, and regardless of how critical you may be of where we are as a scientific endeavor or discipline, we need it. It's part of who we are, and we need to pay attention to it and take it seriously.
Okay, like the rest of us, sexology was never like a conscious choice, or not the same as with Eric. It just came across my path. But I want to share what I found always really interesting about sexology. I had a background more in experimental psychopathology and relationship research. But when I came into the sexology field, what I find is interesting that it's at the crossroads of so many different disciplines. It's about clinical work, medical, sociology, prevention, policy. There's so many different disciplines involved. And I find this really interesting and inspiring, but at the same time also difficult and challenging, because what I notice is that also the literature is scattered across all these different fields. And it's really difficult sometimes to keep track of what do we actually at this moment know about sexuality. It's really difficult to keep track of everything, and we also don't know a lot about each other's work. And I think that's also something in sexology, is that we need to promote a little bit more the dialogue and inspire each other also within our own fields, like sexology, sexual medicine. And we all, in sexual medicine, what matters is sexual function and penetration success. And then in sexology, we're more about sexual well-being. And then kind of there's like some conflict, like what is now the most important thing to focus on. And so when why does it matter? It also depends on which discipline you are. And I think this is unfortunate, because we should really communicate a little bit more. Also from the field where I'm from, like the relationship fields, for a long time operated quite independently from the sex field, and which was always really strange, because for a long time sex research is focused on the individual. So when I think why does sexology matters, it's also about sex in a relationship, because we know that sexual problems often occur during sex with a partner and not during solitary sex. So we should also look at this dynamic and look at the interaction, borrow from each other, theories, statistical methods, research methods. And I think for the future, a real challenge also, like if we want to make sex research matter more, that we should promote dialogue and closing gaps, creating bridges. I think this is important, because we always say that good sex is about open communication. So let's do that a little bit more and communicate with each other. I think that's something what is missing. And what I was also thinking is that we need to think a little bit more about the societal and clinical impact of our work, because it has been mentioned that we don't do a lot of research on the efficacy and effectiveness of our treatments. And one of the reasons is because this costs time and energy, and it's much more difficult. So maybe we should stop doing the research in terms of what is a quick design to get easy data, to get publications, but focus a little bit more on research that matters, and take the challenge to do the research that costs more time and energy, but matters more. And I think that is really important for the sexology field, to make us matter more. And as has been mentioned here as well, like that grant officers and grant committees start to realize how important sex research is. It's not a luxury problem. And often this is how people think about it. Depression, obesity costs money to the society. Sex, well, you can still go to work when you have genital pain or an erectile dysfunction. But it does matter, because it is devastating and distressing for the people involved. And it is an important determinant of our quality of life. So I think we should really, we shouldn't need to convince grant committees how important and how urgent it is to do sex research, but in reality we still have to. And I think it's really important that they start to give us the money to do the research, and that it's not only about obesity and depression, but that sex matters to all of us. And I hope that can change in the future.
So just let me summarize for you. So on this side, it started as a curiosity with a little bit of narcissism involved.
Not me.
Right. And on this side, it started as by chance, right? But at the end, it seems it's going to a direction of responsibility.
Yeah.
Right. So I think this is the message here, right? So right now you do have a chance to discuss, with these 4 experts.
You can use your time to make some personal questions if you want, because they cannot escape from here. So please, this is your chance. Don't be shy. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's easier.
Okay. So first I would like to start off by saying that I am very young. I'm 19 years old. This is my second year at university, and I don't have a doctorate in sexology yet. But that is something I wanted since I was a young child. That's why I came here, because I thought it would be a unique opportunity. But I do have quite a bit of experience in these themes, not in the research part, but in the more activist and non-formal education side of things. And what I do see here, even if I'm 19 and you're all a board of incredibly competent and experienced professionals,
Old people.
The problems are incredibly similar. I work with IPPF, the International Planned Parenthood Federation, and I am a member of the steering committee of MySafe, which is the youth network of IPPF. And like you all said, we constantly have to fight for grants, and we constantly have to fight to have volunteers and to have adherence to programs or activities in all countries. And if we're talking about Europe, for example, there are still a lot of countries who are completely closed off to any discussion about pleasure, sexual themes and sexuality as a whole, not just medical problems or biological issues, but with everything that we mentioned. And so I think it's really interesting, this connection between people who have dedicated their lives to it, whether it would be by chance or narcissism or whatever it may be, and the now youth that is beginning to approach these themes as a passion. And I just wanted to comment that it's really interesting, the problems that are very interconnected and that we experience on maybe different levels, but the same issues as well. So yeah, that's really interesting. I just wanted to comment that.
Well, and congratulations, because you do have a noble motivation, you know, not curiosity, not so. Congratulations.
Could be narcissism.
Well, but you're doing something and you're just 19, so yeah. Wow. Any thoughts?
Response?
Response, thoughts, comments? You can comment.
Yeah.
My name is Vladimir. I'm from Brazil, Rio. I study at Fiocruz. And for the last 6 years, I've been studying sexuality, especially men who have sex with men in a bareback sex. It's a very specific practice, sexual practice. And for me, this is very satisfying to know that all of you guys have problems with funding, because all the time I was asked by the university or even some other professors about
so you can be on TV.
I'm sorry. So for me, that is very satisfying to know that all of you guys have the same kind of problems. In my private practice, I'm a psychologist in Brazil. I have the same issues all the time. It started as a curiosity. and then a little bit of narcissism as well.
A common trait.
For me,
Theme of the day.
it's very satisfying to be here today listening to you, and I feel like part of something, so thank you. It is very difficult to do research. Now I study violence here at the University of Porto with Mrs. Conceição Nogueira and Liliana. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think it's so unfortunate that we are 2021 and there's so much more sexual openness and there's more sex in the media and so on, and we're still having the same struggles to get money for sex research, to convince people that it's important and so on. And back in the, I think that it was for a long time a problem because there was the religion and the fact and the closed community, and people don't want to talk about sex, so definitely they don't want to give money to sex. But now, I mean, there is more openness, and still we have the same issues. This is so unfortunate that even when society is evolving, that you would expect that then research centers would co-evolve, but that doesn't seem to work.
It just reminds me that some of us are still being threatening for doing sex research, right? I'm aware that especially in the US, maybe you know that better than us. But, I just remember that 1 year ago, I published a paper on sexual violence in a lab study, and I was also threatened by a US group, the same that is threatening Nicole Prause. It was like for a couple of seconds, those who know me, right? I'm kind of brave person, right? I felt so scared, the first seconds. And I actually emailed my team here in Porto to warn you about some dangers, right? But so it's not just the lack of money or the lack of mental investment. It is also that, in Western countries, we can be threatened by that. And in non-Western countries, people can actually be arrested by trying to do sex research. So we do have a problem here to solve, right? So,
can I add something? I'm not sure how much progress we've really made. And you say, in some ways, perhaps yes, but my sense is that to some degree, they're more conservative. Sexuality is a sensitive topic. It is a very intimate topic. People have attitudes about it. That's their good right. And it is okay to, I do believe in the power of research, and that it really can help inform us and make decisions about things. At the same time, there's research and there's research. There are researchers who love to show how bad masturbation, pornography is. And so it's not just, that's one thing I think to reflect on. Another thing is that it's not, things have changed a bit, is my impression, that conservative groups, religious groups who might not necessarily support anything related to, paying attention to, giving attention to the positive aspects of sexuality, let alone going as far as pleasure as a topic of study, but that we, societies have become so complex that now a lot of the opposition can also come from within. So to speak, we see all kinds of changes in the world of gender and trends, where there's a lot of polarization. There's a lot of polarization within sex research on topics like porn use and porn addiction. We can talk about sort of the quality of the different types of research, but I think that's one of the things that makes it even more complicated now, that there's the trends that are within basically our stakeholders, our own communities, and even within science, the science of sex, of more aggression towards each other. It's very volatile sometimes. I don't know if I'm being too abstract or so right now, but a very dear colleague of ours, Ken Zucker, who studied gender and sexuality, but who's done work on topic of gender for many years. And he's also the editor of an important journal in our field. He was taken out of his office basically by by the police because he was fired overnight because of the work that he did, which was being attacked by very vocal, aggressive groups who believed that what he was doing was wrong in terms of treatment approaches to especially children with transgender feelings in particular. And something like that, that would not have happened 20 years ago, I think. Sex research, you were still the expert. And which complicates things because it's okay to open up discussions, but and this affects funding, this affects also the profile, how people think about sex researchers. And it's almost, to me, it makes me, and then I'll stop, it makes me think also a little bit like all the discussions around vaccinations and like who's the expert, who do we turn to really for the real answers, and who do we believe and who do we trust? It depends on the topic. You will see this less in research or the treatment of sexual dysfunction, but even there it happens. There are camps of more pharmaceutical approaches versus others, or and discussions about whether certain clinical conditions actually exist. So I don't know. That impacts. Does sexuality research or sex research matter? Yes, but what it is becoming more complex too, and there are camps within there. People who just start their research from the assumption that porn news is bad. It's not. It's wrong and it's bad, and they do everything to show that that's the case. And those are they our colleagues, or do we ignore them? Or maybe they're right. What if they're right? There should be a role for science, but I think there's a change in the climate that. So what you just described, it's actually very worrisome. Sorry for that. Sounds a bit of a downer. But I don't know if others.
Hello, my name is Zoe. I'm one of the students who recently started in the doctoral program here, and I'm from Australia. I have a question around the pandemic, actually. I'm wondering, with the pandemic, there's been lots of shifts for what the global health priorities are all around the world, and I guess what matters. What implications has this had for the field of sex research, and what direction do you think it will take it in the future?
Who wants to answer that one?
I'll start. Yeah. Interesting question, I think. The first thing to say is there is a lot of research going on right now, a ton of research on COVID and the effects of the pandemic on sexual relationships. And journals are being kind of actually starting to get flooded with solutions. But that says nothing really about how long that's going to continue and whether, and most of the research, I would say too, that I've seen, I've seen quite a lot, is unfunded and actually pretty poor quality. I'm generalizing here because there are some really good studies as well, like NatSal research in the UK. But I think it's a really difficult question to answer. But I question a little bit how much money is going to be put into COVID and sexual relationships and COVID and sexual desire. It would be interesting to see how long this trend continues, because it really is quite a hot topic right now, with very kind of mixed results as well, findings.
I think it's a hot topic, but at the same time, it's also a very important topic in the sense that it was, COVID has had an impact on our relationships. So I think, we need to investigate it to see what are also long-term effects of this change in our way of living together. I think we all maybe notice some changes in the way you approach things and approach relationships, and I think that has an impact on sex and relationships. But it shouldn't be all about COVID. There's still other issues in sex research that we need to tackle.
And there are other crises and other epidemics. We are just much more aware of this one because it hit us all or in the entire world, right? Because we have so many epidemics, and sex researchers never had a curiosity to look at those. Probably.
Which ones?
Right? You know, before, so we are living the COVID, so that's worldwide, but before there were epidemics in other countries in Asia, Brazil, also with lockdowns and people dying, maybe not many people dying, but it was happening, but you know, in the Western countries. So we did not pay attention then. We are paying attention now.
Don't forget HIV.
HIV, yeah,
STDs. There are lots of epidemics. And that's
I would say 3 venues where research can expand thanks to the pandemic. One is the maybe better integration between relationship field, relationship research and sexuality research. A lot of papers dealing with COVID and sexuality or sexualities and relationships in the background, which opens up another venue, which is singlehood. Not just look at the pandemic conditions, but singlehood in the contemporary world, which is, you know, it's kind of under constant change, not just technological, but also cultural, what it means to be an individual in the society and all the identities. And third is the role of technology, and I think this is probably covered well. But again, I think that the papers that are really cleverly reaching or connecting technology and sexuality are still probably lacking. Right now, it's like 90% of papers is about sexting. It's not a very interesting topic, maybe for kids, yeah.
Oh, that's my thought, just because of what you just said towards the end. Never mind, I'll come back to what.
More comments, right?
My name is Simon. I'm working right now with Granite
We want you on TV.
I'm working right now with Granite on a project where we get European funding to investigate sexual variables and mental health in prostate cancer patients. And I believe that more or less everybody researches a further goal because we want to change, right? We want to change in society or in education. So I actually wanted to ask you what you believe will change in the next 10 or 20 years, or what you wish will change on the societal level in connection to sexuality.
That's a difficult one.
Is it?
Do you want to answer?
You want to start? You seem ready to.
I had to as a sociologist, but actually, well, at the moment, I'm very pessimistic. I think, you know, that we have a phase where you see a lot of irrationality and mistrust and authoritarian tendencies, which go hand in hand. Not only I'm talking about politics, but also about movements, you know, the neoconservative religious-based right stuff. So, and it's probably just a moment in history. But I think it would be probably too naive to think about changes in society in the context of sexuality as a constant process of liberalization or permissiveness, like a linear process of modernization as people believed in the beginning of the 20th century. Certainly, some things have changed for good, but my prediction, if I may say so, would be that we will see this kind of oscillations between more permissive and then a backlash, usually inspired by a neo-nationalist / religious / conservative ideas of the destruction of national soul and culture, etc. Just take Poland and Hungary. not to offend anyone, or Bolsonaro, I'm sorry, Vladimir, just. So I think this is the world that you will continue living in. Why I think there will be a lot of oscillation, because the external pressures, environmental problems will just continue and will become more acute. And I also think that this society, which is becoming increasingly individualistic, is just becoming also increasingly distrustful in any authorities, which maybe are good for old anarchists, but that's, another age. So yeah. I'm a bit pessimistic, but life is always interesting.
You give it a try.
No,
Maybe you have a more positive thinking. I don't know.
No, please go ahead. No, it's, nothing to add. I agree with what Sasha said. Yeah.
So we're talking at the level of society, not as much within our discipline, correct? Yeah, is that how?
Yeah, but aren't we, attached to society and the historical moments? I mean, have been sex research that tie to the historical and the political scene? I mean, every branch in science is strongly connected to the historical moment, right?
And the context.
I'm not sure if
the
that's
context,
completely true. I mean, sometimes scientists are the ones making the changes.
Yeah.
Kinsey did his research when no one was waiting for it. And he had an impact. Master and Johnson were not invited to study human physiology. But those are very, basic study questions, maybe, although Kinsey really was interested in changing the world, I think, and started with this hardcore observations of what do people actually do. Yes, we're dependent. We live in a world, and that was also true for Kinsey, where as scientists were dependent on funding to definitely, if you want to accomplish do larger projects. And he had that struggle too. I don't know how many of you, definitely within the sexuality program here, know that when Kinsey and his colleagues published the first volume on sexuality, sexual behavior in a human male, there was news all over the world, and he was supported by Rockefeller Foundation. They paid the bills. When they published the human sexual behavior in the human female, that was the end of his career. Rockefeller Foundation was forced by the US government to stop funding his research, which they did in an indirect way. They actually threatened to remove the tax-free basis of all foundations in the US if they would drop his research. That was why, because he showed that women were sexual beings too. And so that's, yes, I think if from a research perspective, if we would not be so dependent on money, and money is indeed determined to a large degree by cultural factors and political factors as well, then I think, of course, we would continue do what we're doing. And what you see is careers change, emphasis in a field may change depending on those types of pressures. There was when HIV became a real concern, of course, there was suddenly a lot of funding for research on determinants of risky sexual behavior. Definitely in the US, the millions and millions were pumped into that, and then suddenly all kinds of researchers show up, of course. But they also, and we did that too, studied sexuality within the context of that challenge and that epidemic. The first years of the HIV epidemic, by the way, most research on prevention or sort of interventions in the context of HIV risk behaviors didn't really acknowledge much that we were talking about the sexual behavior, and that has changed over time. But anyway, from a more societal perspective, so from within the discipline and the forces and the challenges that we deal with, and yes, then there may be impact. There will always be researchers coming up with creative and interesting question. I'm not worried about that. Whether to what degree sexuality and changes in society, yeah, I don't know what to say about it. Technology increasingly, of course, has an impact on how we live and how we also create and deal with our own sexuality in positive and maybe not so positive ways. So maybe then we come closer to philosophies of life and how optimistic or positive or pessimistic we are. We adapt, we're a strong species, but that's my way of thinking of it. But yeah, technology is a major factor, and we actually have been talking among ourselves the past few days. Came up, you know, predictions already years ago by some wise sexologists about how the role of sex within relationships will change more and more, and how we can separate them to some degree more and more. You can create a sexual life necessarily without being completely dependent on your partner, for example. So that raises all kinds of questions about you know, fulfillment, life, relationships, but we tend to be creative species, so no.
But I think it's also that when we think about sex research and the impact, we do operate in a certain culture, certain historical context, which funding opportunities which will influence. But what I think is also, we cannot forget the fact that it's also often about personal interest, and that it's also about the sex researcher as an individual, because what you can also see is that, like, people doing research on sex, men who have sex with men, are also often also people who sort of know the field well, who are known well in the community and so on. So it's also about personal interest. It's also like, for example, I remember also a lot of research like in Israel going on terror management theory and the impact of that anxiety on relationships and sexuality. Yeah, I would never think about that, but in that context and people living in war situations and so on, then terror management theory becomes relevant because of personal interest and what they see around them. So I think, yeah, that's what I think also interesting. It's kind of this mix of your personal interest and how society impacts. And fortunately, it's not only about where do we get the grant money for and what research can we do that gets funded, that there's still a lot of researchers there wanting to do research because they're interested in the research question because of personal or societal impacts independently of funding. And I think we should keep that very much in mind, because as I indicated, if we only think about what is research, if we only do research in terms of where we get money for and how we get easy publications, we do a different type of research than the research that really matters and that has a high societal and clinical impact. So we should keep that in mind as well.
That's true. That's a good point, you know, and we start a little bit pessimistic, but there's the future there. So one of those, or maybe more, you know, will do the difference in the future. Yeah. Any other comment? I would say the last comment, reflection, question, curiosity. Don't be shy.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm a young researcher. I'm not young, but I'm a young researcher because I finally took the courage to do what I love. So I'm here, and I'm very happy to be here. And so thank all of you for all your presentations. So my question is a bit, maybe a side question, but I'd like to introduce this reflection. Because since I'm new here, I'm allowed to say maybe some incorrect things, but I've been getting the feeling that so I'm more interested in the basic research in fundamental science. So this is my passion, the neurocognitive aspects of sexuality, and that's what my research is focused on. So I sort of feel there is a trend or more focus in sexuality and sexology to more applied research. So that's kind of my perspective. And also I have maybe this feeling from the last Congress of the World Sexual Health Organization
organization that the topics were more focused on applied research. And so I would just, my question is, since it's that, what is the in your opinion, where is the room for basic research, and how do you see it in connection with applied research into the future years? Thank you.
No, I don't mind. There's a lot of basic research happening. World Association of Sexual Health has a very broad range of topics covered in its conferences, but basic science is not a major emphasis of that organization. In terms, the people are invited and welcome, but definitely, you know, I was the vice chair of the scientific committee, so I've seen what was accepted for talks, etc. But there's room for both types of research, and it depends also on funding agencies. I actually believe there's a lot of basic research, maybe not as much neuroscience, but definitely psychophysiological research on sexual response, sexual arousal. We tend to maybe go to different funders. I know when I try to, in the US, try to get money for really more basic cognitive, experimental science on this topic, NIH is not the place for that, National Institutes of Health, because they really want things more in a clinical context. So I went to NSF, the National Science Foundation, the largest funder of basic science in the world. And I literally got to hear that they were not really interested in my topics because they were not really interested in sexuality. And if I could use it as a model, that's kind of what, almost literally what they said, as a model for more interesting topics and questions. So using sex as an example, then I could get funding. But that is, so that was a disappointment. And so this, sorry to say, but it's of course also partly funding related. The field will attract more basic scientists if we know, if you feel like, okay, but there's also support for it and money for it. Neuroscience, there's not a whole lot, but as you probably are aware, that there's some work done, and most of that funding comes more from a field of funding of neuroscience than specifically sexuality related. And I would think that's fine. Where the money comes from, it's less relevant, but I don't think WASP would give you the best reflection of or representation of what is happening in the larger field of human sexuality and sexual health research. But yeah, the total numbers, that may be true, that is more, but I interpreted it a little bit like, okay, well, what's happening with the basic science part of human sexuality research? I personally do not have the impression that the larger trends are changing drastically in that respect.
But do you feel there is a connection that people, sex researchers or clinicians are connecting both, like having basic research, giving a direction to more applied research or interventions in the field?
If that's happening enough, or what?
Yes, do you have, we are connecting, you know?
No, maybe, no, but is that what you're asking? I didn't have the impression that's what you meant.
The connection between both areas, and also addressing the visibility. Of course, I think applied research is also has more visibility in terms of society, of course. But how do then all areas get together or how can we contribute to make a contribution to society by gathering both?
But I think that it's about the communication between fields. I think, as I said, also like in sexology, you have a clinical part and medical part, and it's about communicating, because if you do basic research, we do research on sexual arousal in the lab, very experimental, high internal validity, highly controlled circumstances. Why do you study sexual arousal? Why is that such a primary variable in sex research? Because a lot of sexual problems have to do with a lack of sexual arousal, genital pain, erectile dysfunction, orgasmic disorders. So if you do basic research on sexual arousal, understanding how partners react to each other, how sexual arousal is triggered, how it functions in the brain, how in terms of functional connectivity, all these questions are also related to clinical practice. But obviously you need to sort of communicate and translate it. But I really see that in sexology, the questions we address are always eventually related to clinical and societal impact, but it just depends on which part you're focusing on. And then it's about communicating to each other so that we make sure that it's distributed across the field.
Yeah. I'll just add just one thing. I agree. I think it was Eric that said, I don't think there's been a decrease in basic research, but I again agree with Marika that the communication aspect. There are some organizations, there aren't many, that really do focus on very different topics. So conferences you hear about everything from animal research, basic neuroscientist research, but there aren't that many. So most of them focus a lot on either sex therapy or sex education, and similar thing for journals actually as well. There aren't too many that are broad. I think applied research gets a lot more visibility, and in terms of media, journalists' interests, it's often on applied, understandable, I think, reasons. But I think the basic research is still going on.
Well, it's 4 o'clock, so thank you very much to everyone. So I think I'm ready. Oh, sorry. I think I'm ready to introduce you the next presenter. I don't know if she's already on the screen. She's ready? Okay. So our next presenter is Marianne Grail-Soyka, and she's the chair of the European Sexual Medicine Network. And I know that most of you are aware, so we are now attending the 3rd seminar from the PhD program in human sexuality, and that this is a specific event, but it's also connected to a cost action that started Monday morning. So this is a 3-day event, a 3-day celebration, let's say. And Marianne is here to talk about the mission of this very specific and beautiful network.
Can you see my my slide? I'm sorry, do you see my slide?
No. You can see right now, but not the slides.
Okay, what's the problem? 1 second. I started again.
Yes, we now have the slides. Yes.
1 second, I just.
If you want to do that as a full presentation in the full screen.
Yeah, sorry. I think I want to do that, yes. So can you see that now?
No, actually now we don't have the slides. So just do as you did previously. I think it's just fine. Yes.
Yeah, does that work now?
Yeah, so everyone can see it's okay. Well, then I think we can just go on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you do not see it as a full PowerPoint.
We are watching your notes as well.
Okay, no, one second. I do not know what's going on there. Sorry. Just a second, please. Just a second, please.
Okay.
Okay, does that work now? Hello? Hello?
Well, we can just proceed anyway, as far as we, can listen to you.
No, this is not, I don't understand. 1 second. And now?
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry. So, yeah, wonderful to see you, dear ladies and gentlemen, and estimated Elena Rudolph and Jan Askew, Alan Giami, and all the dear members of the European Sexual Medical Network, Cynthia, Marike, Alexander, Eric, and Pedro. I really heartfully greet you all from Salzburg, and I'm sorry that I was now a little bit unconcentrated with these slides. Yeah, and thank you for inviting me, Pedro, to introduce our network to you and to your great seminar. And I'm extremely delighted that your initiative is organized in a partnership with our training school, the European Research Workshop in Sexual Medicine. And thank you all for your efforts, Alexander, Per, Eric, Pedro, and the whole team to organize the research workshop and to make the cooperation happen. Yes, and before I start with an introduction to the CAST principles and to our network, let me shortly answer the main question you discussed in the seminar from my perspective as a general practitioner and as the president of the Austrian Academy of Sexual Medicine and the chair of the EU-funded Sexual Medicine Network. Why does, in 2 short sentences, sexuality research matter in my eyes? Many specific medical disciplines such as urology, andrology, gynecology, and endocrinology, psychiatry, medical sociology, psychology, they all deal with sexual disorders. However, they do not incorporate all the top topics as sexual well-being, sexual orientation, and social and psychological influences, and societal developments and changes are defining a new role for sexual medicine. The topic of sexual health and for individuals and for society urgently demands research results from a wide variety of medical and social sciences. And this knowledge has driven me to submit my proposal to CAST. And I thank all who supported me from the beginning and who are working within the network. Okay. What are the principles of CAST and the key data of our action European Sexual Medicine Network? CAST is the oldest and widest European intergovernmental framework for national cooperation in science and technology. And on this slide, you can see the key data of our action. Our network exists of 33 nations now, and the inputs into this network, the exchange and the results are of considerable significance. CAST actions are bottom up. They have self-established scientific programs based on a challenge identified by the research communities. They're flexible. These programs can be adapted to the evolving needs of science and community. And the EU has funding for a set of networking activities, meetings, training schools, exchange visits, either virtual or face-to-face. And yes, and cost actions have a very strong focus on interdisciplinarity. So COST implements its mission by excellence-driven, open and inclusive networks in all areas of science and technologies. What is the cost excellence and in inclusiveness policy? These are special measures to young researchers and innovators and special measures to inclusiveness target countries in Horizon Europe. Who is a member of the cost action? Countries, as well as multi and supranational organizations as the European Commission, bodies, agencies, European RTD, and international organizations, they all can be members of the cost action. And I personally invite you as the representatives of your organizations to join our action. And of course, also the PhD students and the students to join our actions. Here you can see the participating cost countries in our network. You see the ESM cost members, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, etc. Then our cost cooperating member, Israel. We have one international partner country, which is Canada. And we are very proud that we just are getting in contact with South Africa as a cost partner member. And we had our first talks with Anthony Smith and Deidre Pretorius from SASHA, from the South African Association for Sexual Medicine. So what is the main aim and objective of the European Sexual Medicine Network? This is to establish an international multidisciplinary network consisting of researchers, specialists, professionals in sexual medicine. The fields include medicine, psychology, sociology, pedagogy, and other health sciences. And the overarching goal of our network is to introduce and advance sexual medicine at every level of education and in clinical and public health, research and practice. To advance sexual medicine, the main focus of our network includes 3 objectives, which is knowledge sharing by the exchange of research initiatives and existing research results in Europe and beyond, knowledge creation by capitalizing on knowledge obtained and initiating new interdisciplinary research, and finally that advancements in research will be applied by developing new curricula for university education, medical and psychological university education, and their piloting. What have we achieved until now? There exist 4 working groups in our network. Each one is working on a different aspect. The first working group, its name is Sexual Medicine Research in Specific Disciplines, Finding Commonalities and Develop Joint Concepts and Interdisciplinary Research Areas. The second one is our research group, Joint Interdisciplinary Research on Sexual Medicine, our pure research group, let's put it like this. Working group 1 and working group 2 are cooperating, of course. Then our third group is the curriculum group for the university education. And the fourth group is the communication, evaluation, and dissemination group. Let's have a look on working group 1. They worked out 11 topics until now, which will be a base for further research. For example, sexual violence, there's research already going on, and we hope very much that we could and can cooperate with the South African experts concerning this theme, and then oncosexology, etc. And so there are these topics, and you can see them on the slide. Each of them very interesting. Yes, research and another group started to make videos for the public in the context of these topics. And exactly, so that's working group 1. Working group 2, here you can see the ongoing projects of working group 2 with its manifold subgroups. Per and Alexander started the group in a fantastic way, and in the same fantastic way, Eric and Charlotte Lefren continue to lead this research group, and we have now 10 subgroups you see the interesting research areas: sexual harassment within academia, migration and sexual health. Then a group with young people's attitudes towards sexuality in Serbia and Finland, an interesting comparison. And maybe I concentrate on a very new group, which is the LGBTQ group. I'm very happy that it is developing now. And we just had a meeting in Prague for the group with the National Sex Service. We decided to start up a subgroup that will coordinate collaboration consisting of 11 cost countries between the Office of National Sex Service, who are members of the cost project. This group was extremely enthusiastic about the meeting in Prague, and they're very hopeful that they can start and kick off constructive work. Yeah, and then we will start a cooperation group with WG1 and WG2, the oncosexuality group, and together with new members from the Dutch Society for Sexology, they will be involved into this group, and so it's a lot going on in our working group 2. So working group 3, this Professor Bitze and his team worked out 9 topics which will be presented on PowerPoints and videos for the students, for the curricula. And the videos are already starting, which is a great success. And you see the topics which he and his team have worked out to be learned by or taught by the students, for the students. So, and working group 4 developed a website for the cost action, and including who is who pages in sexual medicine in participating countries, and an exchange platform for collaboration in research, and a repository for scientific output. And they developed a social media strategy and a communication and dissemination strategy for stakeholders and target groups, including experts in sexual medicine and sexual health, policymakers, and also the general public. It has its focus on the communication about the cost action, most important goal, which is to improve sexual health and sexual well-being. So what are we going to do next? We are very, very happy to create a cooperation with South Africa as a partner member, and we have to find out other international partners until April 2022. This is a deadline we have in the moment. Then we want to accelerate our research through international network-to-network collaborations with the National Science Foundation. And of course, we will have a focus on the sustainability of our action, and we try to find ways to expand and leverage our network. So, and at this point, I would like to inform you that the European Sexual Medicine Network is an open and inclusive network, and invite you again to participate in our network. Have a look at our great website, and the ESMN is deeply interested in cooperation with young people, students, and PhD, young early stage researchers, but also very much interested in cooperation with the named organizations. And I thank you very much for your interest and wish you personally all the best. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I must apologize because we don't have time for questions, okay? But I'm hoping that you pay attention to the website that Marianne advertised, right? And Marianne, you are open to receive emails with questions from our audience, am I correct? So they can just email you and specific questions. Okay, so thank you very much for taking the lead, Marianne. Yes.
Okay, yes. Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
So we are out of time, but we can have what, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, well, maybe 7 minutes, because the coffee break is in the bar. So the floor is number 0 downstairs, okay? So please try to be here, as fast as you can. Thank you.
Before we start the program itself, I'll say a few words about the PhD program and some words about also our invited speakers and also our one or two personal notes that I would like to share with everybody. So the PhD program, as you've already know, is the first of its kind in the European space. Let's say that in the UK there are some programs, PhD programs in gender and sexuality, but as far as I know, there's no PhD program in human sexuality in Europe besides those ones. So again,
Hi everybody, this is David Barlow from Boston, and I just want to say congratulations to Pedro on the inauguration of the program in human sexuality in Porto, and on this excellent international symposia that I am very sorry I cannot be there to attend this year. As many of you know, at least some of my colleagues that are closer to my age, I spent many decades focusing on sexual research, and 2001 was a particularly auspicious year because, number one, Pedro came to spend a year with us in our sex research lab, and at that time we were completing something like 30 years of continuous funding for our sexuality research program. As John Bancroft and Richard Green will well remember, it wasn't easy being a sex researcher, particularly in the early days. In fact, not long after we got our first grant, looking into the nature and treatment of sexual dysfunction, we got a call from NIMH, our funding institute in the States, saying, we're going to have to change the name of your grant. And I said, why is that? And they said, well, Congress, who after all reviews all of this funding, is looking very closely at it, and we don't think we can have the word sex anywhere in the grant title. So from that point onward, and for 30 years, our grant was called Anxiety and Arousal in Dysfunctional Men, which nobody knew what it meant, but neither did Congress, so it got through. Also in those days, in an attempt to be more precise and specific in our measurement of the sexual response, we developed, in collaboration with some of our biomedical engineers, a penile strain gauge. And while this was a big advance, I must say that my wife was very disappointed when the manufacturer began marketing the device as the Barlow penile strain gauge. My friends outside of the field took great delight in that. But we put up with all that, us inveterate sex researchers, and I think we had a very, very interesting run of research. In fact, all of my subsequent theorizing and treatment development work in the anxiety and related emotional disorders came out of our sex research. And that's because we could quantify the inputs, the cognitive and affective variables, and look at, in a very quantitative way, the outputs, not only in terms of subjective report of arousal, but also arousal objectively measured. And we obviously found out some very interesting things. In fact, it was one of the first forays, if you want to call it that, into the unconscious, where many of our patients and subjects would display arousal to certain patterns of sexual stimuli and truly be unaware of it. And it was this ability to quantify the inputs and outputs that allowed us to determine, for example, in the middle 80s, that contrary to what Masses and Johnson had hypothesized, it wasn't anxiety in the largest sense that interfered with sexual function in cases of sexual dysfunction, but it was very specifically the kind of negative cognitive sets that interfered with their arousal, and that created some new treatment targets. So again, I wish I could be there. Some of my fondest memories were of collaborating with my old friends in this area. I'm very proud of everything Pedro has accomplished. I can remember at the time he came to visit us, he was just finishing up his dissertation and continuing with his research. I had the pleasure of being on his examining committee in 2003 when he sat in a big hall, one of the oldest university structures in Europe, at Coimbra. And there he sat on the floor of the hall with his laptop, the examining committee up in the balcony on one side, hundreds of people in the audience, the rector of the university in front of him. I must say it was a setting that would have intimidated our President Donald Trump even. It certainly intimidated me. Pedro held forth, made a beautiful defense in both Portuguese and English for several hours, and it's no surprise to me that he has gone on to be one of the preeminent sexual researchers in the world and found this program. So congratulations to Pedro and to all of you who are in attendance, and best of luck for a terrific conference. Thank you.
Isto é Impress, a nova geração de ortodontia invisível. Fácil de colocar e tirar. E difícil que alguém note que a estás a usar. Alinha os teus dentes de forma confortável e rápida. Obter resultados em menos de 6 meses é fácil. Basta clicar no botão para marcar uma.
Wir messen zwei verschiedene Dinge. Das eine ist die körperliche Reaktion, bei der es um die genitale sexuelle Antwort geht, also die Erektion beim Mann und das Feuchtwerden bei der Frau. Und außerdem messen wir den subjektiven Grad der Erregung und der Freude, also wie sich die Männer und Frauen fühlen, während sie sich Pornofilme anschauen.
Mit unserer Fernsehkamera können wir natürlich nicht bei einer echten Messung dabei sein. Daher haben wir Probanden für eine Demonstration mitgebracht. Der Ablauf ist jedoch der gleiche wie sonst für eine Studie. Die Forscher interessieren sich zunächst dafür, wie sehr die Genitalien der Probanden reagieren. Bei den Männern wird das mit einer Art Penisschlaufe gemessen. Sie wird über den Penis gezogen und misst seinen Umfang. Wenn der Penis irrigiert, nimmt der Umfang zu.
Na base do pênis, sim.
Nach der Einweisung haben die Probanden Zeit, die Messgeräte selbst anzulegen. Um einen nachvollziehbaren Reiz zu haben, nutzen die Wissenschaftler übrigens nicht irgendwelche Pornoclips aus dem Netz, sondern Videos, die vorher auf ihre Tauglichkeit getestet wurden. Hier steigt die Messkurve zunächst leicht an. Das bedeutet, der Durchmesser des Penis wird langsam größer. Rund 3 Minuten dauert ein Pornoclip. Und so sieht eine typische männliche genitale Erregung aus. Grau markiert die Zeit, in der Porno zu sehen war. Direkt im Anschluss füllen die Probanden einen Fragebogen aus. Damit wollen die Wissenschaftler unter anderem die subjektive Erregung bestimmen. Sie fragen zum Beispiel, wie sexuell erregt haben Sie sich gefühlt? Oder wie stark haben Sie Ihre genitale Erregung wahrgenommen? Bei den Frauen ist es etwas komplizierter, die genitale Erregung zu messen. Als Maß gilt die Durchblutung der Vagina, denn auch sie schwillt an. Diese Messsonde wird in die Vagina eingeführt. Das rote Licht wird von der Vagina-Schleimhaut reflektiert und von einer Fotodiode eingefangen. Je stärker die Haut durchblutet ist, umso mehr Licht wird reflektiert. Da die Durchblutung vom Pulsschlag abhängig ist, zeigen die Messwerte immer einen Auf und Ab. Die Höhe des Ausschlages ist dann das Maß für die Erregung. So sieht eine typische Kurve für die weibliche genitale Erregung aus. Grau markiert ist wieder die Zeit, in der der Porno zu sehen war. Auch die Frauen sollen sich selbst einschätzen. Wie sehr fühlten sie sich sexuell erregt und wie stark empfanden sie eine genitale Erregung? Der Vergleich zwischen genitaler Messung und subjektiver Einschätzung zeigt Überraschendes.
Die Ergebnisse zeigen uns, dass die genitale sexuelle Antwort, also die Erektion bzw. das Feuchtwerden bei den Frauen, nicht immer mit der subjektiven Antwort übereinstimmen. Also wie stark sich die Person erregt gefühlt hat und Spaß hat, wenn sie Pornofilme schaut. Und viele Studien haben gezeigt, dass bei den Frauen diese Diskrepanz tendenziell größer ist als bei den Männern.
Vor allem bei Frauen kann es also vorkommen, dass sie zwar genital erregt sind und feucht werden, sich jedoch nicht erregt fühlen. Bei Männern ist das eher selten. In Porto gehen die Wissenschaftler noch einen Schritt weiter. Sie fragen auch nach den Gedanken und Emotionen, nicht nur nach der Erregung, und messen zusätzlich die Augenbewegung der Probanden. Wo schauen sie hin? Auf die gezeigten Genitalien, auf die beteiligten Personen oder auf neutrale Gegenstände? Die Daten zeigen einen Zusammenhang zwischen der Art, wie Menschen einen Pornofilm anschauen, und dem Grad, wie sehr sie erregt werden. Für die Forscher ist das ein wichtiger Hinweis, denn damit kommen sie ihrem eigentlichen Ziel näher, Menschen mit sexuellen Dysfunktionen zu helfen.
Unsere Forschungen zeigen, dass der wichtigste Aspekt beim Sexleben die Gedanken sind und die Gefühle, die Menschen haben. Wenn sie es schaffen, Strategien zu entwickeln, um ihre sexuellen Gedanken zu fokussieren, auf den Partner einzugehen, und wenn sie mehr positive Gedanken haben, dann hilft es ihrem Sexleben und ihrer sexuellen Befriedigung.
Pornografie für die Erforschung von Lust und Erregung. Wir finden das eine gute Idee und sind überrascht, wie sachlich es in einem Sexlabor zugeht.
Every once in a while, something big happens that changes our lives forever. But if we look carefully,
Wir sind in der Stadt Porto in Portugal. Hier an der Uni besuchen wir ein Sexlabor, eines der wenigen weltweit. Eine Frage der Forscher: Wie läuft sexuelle Erregung eigentlich genau ab?
Hello everyone. It is a pleasure to talk to you about our PhD program in human sexuality at Porto University. Our PhD program is the first PhD in human sexuality in Portugal and also in Europe. And we have a multidisciplinary program in nature. Consegue ver o... starting the second part of this seminar. It is now my great pleasure to introduce you to my dear colleague and friend, Dr. Alain Jamy from France. Professor Alain Jamy is currently Emeritus Research Professor at the National Institute of Health and Medical Research in Paris, in CERN, and is also the new Vice President of the World Association for Sexual Health. Congratulations, Alain, for that. Is also an associate editor of the journal Sexologies, which is the European Journal of Sexology and Sexual Health. And he currently serves as a member of the advisory committee of the Centre Maurice Chalmot Sciences de Sexualité on Genève University. He also created and developed the University Diploma on Sexual Health and Public Health at the Paris University. And he served as scientific director at UNESCO Chair in Sexual Health and Human Rights between 2010 and 2014. He has done a lot of other activities. I will not go into detail in his extensive curriculum. He's currently coordinating also an international network on health and citizenship among trans persons in several countries: France, his own country, Brazil, Chile, Italy, Norway, Denmark, and Portugal. He is multilingual. He speaks French, Italian, English, Portuguese, not sure if anything else, and is a very good and old friend. We shared for a long time work at the World Association for Sexual Health, where we first met. It's a great pleasure to have you, Alain, and Alain will talk about why sexual research matters from the point of view of the World Association for Sexual Health. Alain, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me to this fascinating seminar where we can have some exchange about the current situation of sex research in Europe and also in other countries. I am going to, so I am very proud and happy to represent some view about the World Association for Sexual Health, but it must be clear that I will say from my point of view and the point of view of WAS, and I hope they mix in an appropriate fashion together. So I'm going to share my screen. Voilà. Can you see? Voilà. So the argument of my talk is the following, and I will not repeat what have been said by the previous speaker, Jan Askew, or I'm sorry, the woman representing the COST project, and or to preclude what Pedro will say in his talk. I am trying to give some ideas about why and how sex research, sexual science matters for WAS. So WAS first doesn't produce science in itself. WAS promotes sexual health, sexual research, and sexual science in Congress in a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary view, including the different fields that constitute the 7 tracks of the scientific program in the WAS Congress. And WAS uses science and evidence-based research for the promotion of sexual health, sexual rights, and the new idea of sexual justice also. So we need also, we work also in an awareness with the needs of population and try to establish partnership with organization and people, but also I would not have an idealistic view of science, because science is the locus of controversies between scientists and between science and society. So the truth, the scientific so-called truth, is always contested, at some point, and it is contested by new scientists arriving on the field, and it is contested by the people who are the objects and the subject of science. And this is the movement that makes science and society and culture change. But if WAS doesn't produce science in itself, WAS wish to influence the construction and orientation of sex research by being aware of the needs of population, and also the central idea is that science is at the service of social emancipation and sexual justice. This view has important historical roots, and I have already spoken about that many times because I am very influenced by history in sex research and in sexology, and we have a very important predecessor, which was the World League for Sexual Reform, and the program, this organization, which was closed by the Nazi in 1933 in Germany. It existed between 1929 and 1933, and it was destroyed by the Nazi, which gives an idea of the political dimension of sexuality and sex research. And we can see that this World League for Sexual Reform, which can be considered as the ancestor of WAS, was linking together science and emancipation, and it had a list that you can see, a list of topics that most of them are still under the scrutiny and still at the agenda of research organization, international organization, and non-governmental organization. Another view of the politicization of sex and sexuality research is the question of the so-called sexual revolution. And when we see the advance carried by the sexual revolution, we understand that most of the changes were influenced by scientific discovery, be it hormonal contraception, orgasm as a biological function, pharmacological help for the development of sexual function, increase in sexual life expectancy, possibility of sex change by surgery and hormonal treatment, and the depathologization of trans situation. So it is important to state the importance of scientific discoveries and medical advances in the process of social emancipation, which was the case during the 60s and the 70s. Now, WAS is developing a sexual justice initiative to provide a systematic vision and develop an intersectional approach focused on government, healthcare, and citizens to reduce the glaring inequalities that affect the most vulnerable population and marginalized individuals, stigmatized in terms of social class, gender identities and sexual orientation, diverse relationship structures, race, ethnicity, age, and disabilities, among others. So this is the base, of course, of intersectionality, but in this perspective, in a specific manners, WAS would suggest not to work on topics, but to focus on population and the needs of population, and to develop an approach based on population needs, including transgender and gender diverse, people living with disabilities, sex workers and sexual services for people with disabilities, people living with chronic and mental disorder, youth, including men, women, and non-binary people, refugees, homeless, violence, gender, intimate, familial, medical, and HIV, COVID pandemics. This program, this proposal is not very far from the COAST presentation that was done just before. And also it also has a lot of point of view, in a lot of point in common with the WHO proposal by Ian Ashlew. So to conclude, I would develop the idea of a political epistemology, because beyond the traditional evidence-based model, we can build an experience-based model which could translate educational activist practices into knowledge and research question, making critical studies of institution. And when we speak of a systematic approach of sexual justice, it is not only to focus the problems on the individual, because I am French, and I was very influenced by Michel Foucault. It is important to understand the apparatus, the dispositif, the institution that creates the people and that create the problem. Another view is to try to develop a network of those interested in research, but other people are doing better than us. We need to help publishing and help getting funded. And most important is establishing and encouraging partnership for the development of participative research and research action, which means that the idea of research should come from the needs of people, and those people should be partner in the building of the project and in its development and dissemination. So in this case, the question is, are we doing basic science, applied research, oriented research, needs-driven research? And as it was said before by my friend and partner, Eric Janssen, at the last Congress of WAS, we don't have a lot of basic science. I mean, I'm not sure WAS is a place exactly but it is also, but it's not the most developed track. More other places like sexual rights, public policies, social sciences, education in particular, are more present in the Congress, and this gives also an idea of the field of research involved with WAS. But this being said, we can also say why WAS could not help transform the practice of science by developing a model which would be based on partnership, collaboration with people, and into collaborative structure. So the last point is that WAS, is around two journals: the International Journal of Sexual Health, which is the official journal of the organization, and also Sexology, which is the official journal of the European Federation of Sexology, which is a member of WAS. So we have some tools to disseminate and publish research, and I hope you can take advantage of that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alain, for a very concise and clear presentation. We are out of time, but we will have 2-3 minutes for questions, comments. So the floor is open for any question, comment. No comments, no questions, no? Eric, do you want to? No, there's questions there. Okay. Can you hear us well, Alain?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay.
Well, it's not technically a question, it's just a comment. One of the goals was to work on not only sex workers, but sexual services for people with disabilities. And that's a theme that isn't really talked about. And so I thought it was extremely important and really interesting and really good that that's something that is coming up and that is important, especially for organizations like us. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's a really important issue and that I'm really glad that it's coming to awareness.
Excuse me, I did not understand. I could not hear because the sound was not good. Can you try to say it again? I mean, yes. No, the sound is not good from that microphone.
Can you hear me like this?
No, it's not.
Quer vir aqui falar aqui? Fala aqui, venha aqui. Okay. We'll try a different thing, okay? Just a minute, Alain.
I think it will be better.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just trying to remember what I said. I just wanted to point out how important it was that you mentioned sexual services for people living with disabilities, because that's an issue that's very taboo in everywhere. And so the fact that WAS is thinking about that and doing things to actually act upon that is really, really important, because it's not a topic that it's really seen, and there's a lot of people who suffer greatly for it. And so I just wanted to comment on how important and how relevant that is, and how glad I am that that's something that's gaining awareness. And that's all.
Yes, thank you for your comment. I mean, we have not started exactly to work on this topic, but I want to develop this topic in the agenda of the WAS preoccupation, because it's a typical multidisciplinary topic, because it involves law, regulation, mentalities, psychology, regulation, morality, medical needs, psychological relation. It's a very important topic, which is, I would say, a kind of metaphor of how sexual problems or sexual issue can be treated. And I am happy that you are interested in that, because this is some. I am already in contact with some people and we want to think about that in the perspective of the next Congress, of course. But I think we cannot wait 2 years. We need to do something before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alain. I think our time is over. Thank you very much for your contribution. We will, of course, keep working together. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, actually, it's my turn again. I will share with you all a brief presentation on a project which is actually linked with the World Association for Sexual Health. The project is called the World Observatory on Sexual Health and Sexual Rights. And actually the idea started, I would probably say, about 10 years ago, when it was, I was back then working actually with Alain Jamy when he was chair of the scientific committee, and I was at the scientific committee back then, and then I was chair at the scientific committee after Alain, and then I was president, and now I'm here. So, but just to say that this is a project which I think is very, very important, but it's also a very ambitious project, and it's very, very difficult to make it moving forward. I will share with you the main ideas and why do I think this is important. And this is connected to the topic of this seminar, why sexuality research matters. And so again, I have to use my borrowed, let's see if this works. Okay, so first, just briefly about WAS. I mean, Alain just told you a little bit about WAS, but I feel like as immediate past president, I always had the need to also say a few words about WAS. But WAS is one of the oldest, probably the oldest multidisciplinary global organization in the field. It's not the only one, But I think that what makes WAS unique is that it's broader in perspective, broader in terms of backgrounds and multidisciplinarity, and also because I think it's broader in terms of its goals and aims. And of course, we represent thousands of professionals working on the field from a variety of backgrounds and several terms of organizations at the national level and also at the international level. And the reason why I said that WAS is unique in this sense in the field is that, as you can see from the mission statement, is a very, very ambitious mission statement. So WAS promotes sexual health throughout the human lifespans all over the world by developing, promoting, and supporting sexual health and sexual rights for all. So this is like kind of a global and almost impossible mission, but that's what WAS stands for. And so the idea of this project of creating a World Observatory of Sexual Health is, of course, that to promote sexual health, so to promote sexual health and sexual rights throughout the world, we need to have the strongest possible evidence-based knowledge. And this is, of course, important also for to influence public policies and policymakers. And of course, there's a lot of research in many countries worldwide. And we discussed actually at the beginning of this seminar at WHO Reproductive Health Department that recently changed the name until now, focus mostly on reproductive health and also HIV and other topics. So there's a lot of investment, funding, and knowledge about many topics related to reproductive health and HIV/AIDS and also some others. But there's not much research on other very important dimensions, and sexual well-being as a global dimension, or sexual satisfaction, or sexual pleasure, or sexual rights and sexual justice. Alan just talked a bit about the concept of sexual justice also. So this is also, all of these topics are aligned with WAS mission, but there's not much, I mean, there's a lot, but we don't know much about a lot of these in different countries around the world. And when we know, and this is important because it was mentioned at some point that there are very strong population-based representative studies in many countries about specific topics related to sexuality and reproductive health, and also some of those topics that I just mentioned. But most of these studies, if not all, are based on North America, Canada, United States, or Europe. A few also in Australia, so I would say the richest, the global north and the richest countries. There's a lack of comparable studies, cross-sectional, even in between those very strong and large population studies, there's a lack of comparable data among, United States, Europe, and other rich countries. So even on those studies, we lack comparability. And there's almost nothing on the Global South. So we know much about, of course, HIV in the Global South. We know almost nothing about other topics and positive aspects or importance of sexual health, well-being, etc., etc. And so the goal of the idea started exactly like this. So how can we, in one end, gather all the information that is out there in one way, but more than just gather information or archive all the information available is how can we together develop first a common strategy or common global measure, and then how can we get funding in order to do evidence-based research on key aspects in many countries, not only in the global north, but also in the global south. And so this is a tentative list of possible topics. Of course, we could always add a few more topics, but this was also aligned with the main WAS tracks. So gender and sexuality, HIV, STI and AIDS, reproductive health. Many of these are very well studied already. Sexual aggression, sexual behavior across the lifespan, sexual problems. There's a lot of studies on sexual problems, but again, most of them in the global north, not in the global south. Sexual rights and sexual justice, very important topic. But of course, we don't need to do many surveys to know about what happens in several countries around the world about sexual justice and sexual rights. But still, it is important to try to understand better. And so this is a very important topic. Sexual satisfaction, sexual pleasure, sexual well-being, so positive aspects of sexuality and sexuality education. So these are tentative topics, but all of them make sense in this global framework. The main reasons, I already said many of them, but of course, evidence-based data is important to promote sexual health and rights. Also, there are a few studies showing the important relationship between sexual health topics and dimensions and other dimensions of health and well-being overall and quality of life. But still, I think this is a very important strategic topic in order to influence public policy. So if we can have evidence that shows that sexual health really matters in terms of global health, in terms of human rights, in terms of well-being, quality of life of people, etc., then we will be in a better position to influence public policy. Just the fact that we can increase awareness about the importance of all of these in the relationship between global health, well-being, and sexual health is important. And increase awareness about sexual diversity. And that is also very important to promote sexual rights. Some of the gaps, there's a few studies on sexual attitudes, beliefs, and other aspects. Again, most of them, the NATSAL study also uses that. Actually, attitudes it's on the title, NATSAL. But there's almost nothing in other countries and again, Global South. Relationship between what I just said, sexual health, global health, well-being. There's only a few things on sexual satisfaction, very few on sexual pleasure. Actually, there's a recent WAS declaration on sexual pleasure. So sexual pleasure is now also with much more awareness. And there are a lot of people working on, or at least some groups working. The Pleasure Project was already actually, I think Cindy in the first session talked about the sexual pleasure program. And again, sexual rights and sexual justice. Main gaps in terms of regions, the Global South, Africa, to start with, Asia, Middle East, many countries in Latin America, and also South Europe and Eastern Europe, I could say. And there's also, although there are very strong groups and some funding for sexuality and aging, still most of the samples are with younger populations. There's also less educated people and with marginalized groups, so still gaps on the population. Just to end, give you two examples of similar projects, not exactly, but that are projects that are ongoing. One is the WHO Global Survey on Sexual Health, and actually this is very linked with the idea. But the goal of this global measure, it's not to develop studies around the world, it's to develop a global measure that can be used in studies around the world. So the idea of having one measure that could be used in different countries and that from where we could take comparable data, etc. So this is, of course, a very important step. It's very, very difficult to, to decide what is important for a global measure. It's actually, there was a huge involvement of many people, and I'm not completely sure if any year, I know that Sasha Stuhlhofer, who just left, was involved on this project. I'm not sure if others here were, but there was a number of steps taken, and there's now one tentative global measure, which of course could be used as one first step. People could always add other measures to their own countries, but the idea is to have at least one global measure that could be used all over the world. So this is, of course, an important first step, and WHO is taking care of that. The other very interesting experience, and I've been involved with this since the beginning, is the iShare. The iShare was a project that started right, I think in the first months of the COVID era. And the idea was actually colleagues from different It started in Europe, but it spread all over the world. As you can see in the map, the blue in color indicates the countries that are involved in the iShare. Actually, at the first wave, there were 33, but now I think there are over 50. So there are more countries that you can see there. Of course, you can see North America very well represented, Europe again, but you also can see several countries in Africa, in South America, and some in Asia. So I think this is a very important experience, and this started like a snowball. So colleagues who were interested in developing research on COVID started to talk to each other and see, why don't we do a global study in different countries? And this was possible in just a few months, I would say. And this was possible almost without funding, which is the other very interesting thing. But of course, there is a lot of work involved. So most of this is led by different country leaders that were very enthusiastic about the idea. There was already one global survey. Of course, not everyone was involved on this discussion, what to include in the survey. So it's never perfect. But once there was a survey that everyone agreed with using the same survey in different countries, that was possible. There's a lot of data being reported and publishing about this. The main problem with this is that it's not based on representative samples. So most of if not all, but I would say probably 80 to 90% of these studies were developed using non-representative samples. So that is the main gap, and that in terms of funding, it makes a huge difference. So if you want to have a representative sample in a country, you will need hundreds of thousands of dollars or euros or even more. So that makes, of course, a huge difference. But in a way, I wanted to share this because this was possible. And so it means that a lot of people from around the world, including Africa and the Global South, were involved. So capacity building is also being built, let's put it this way. And I think that's what I want to share. Let me see. Yeah. Thank you very much. And now I hope that we need to, can someone help me taking out the screen? I hope that Elna Rudolph is with us. Let me make sure that he's with
here
us.
I am.
Okay, Elna. So I welcome Elna. Just say briefly a few words. Dr. Elna Rudolph is the new, I can say new, president of the World Association for Sexual Health. Congratulations, Elna, once again. It is my pleasure to, it's great to have you with us. Elna was actually also the president of the last Congress that just ended a month ago already, I think. So we've been, she has been very involved in the Congress. It was a great Congress. Unfortunately, all was virtual, but in the future, we hope that we can have a face-to-face Congress. And Elna, I invited Elna, of course, to present to us in a way also and to discuss the importance of this project. So please, Elna, without further ado, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Please stop me if you don't hear me well, because there's a massive storm outside and I live in a desert in Africa and it's raining. So it's a special day that I am speaking to you guys today. So I have a small presentation prepared, but as everybody was speaking today, I actually realized that I have to tell you my story because this is why sex research matters. I am from South Africa, where there's no training in sexology, no training in sexual health, sexual medicine, nothing. I was fortunate to study at a university where there was one practitioner who had research money that he used to go and attend international congresses every year. So this was 20 years ago. And he would come and he would teach us about aspects of sexual health. And it inspired me. And I've always been passionate about the plight of women. So from the little bit that I learned from this one person that had research money to go overseas to go and learn about sexual health, I got inspired to go and study a master's degree in sexual health in Sydney, in Australia. And my favorite professor at university used to teach us that he said, if you read one article a month on a particular topic, you will soon become an expert in your area. If you read one article on a particular topic every week, you will become an expert on that topic in your country. And if you read one article a day on a specific topic, you will become a world expert. So I took that to heart because I just desperately wanted to become a world expert on sexual health. So I started off for years to read 10 or 20 articles a day that were published and written by people like you. So a girl from South Africa who has no access to a research center, who cannot afford to belong to a journal, who doesn't have a university where she can study further, found a way to access the work that you do through the University of Sydney and various other organizations that I belong to. And today I am the clinical head of a group of 50 healthcare providers in South Africa that provide sexual health services to thousands of people because of the research that I read from people like you. And I don't know, it's important. Sorry that I cry. I guess you didn't expect anybody to cry at this meeting. But maybe I can actually conclude what I was trying to say there. And the other part of my story was that I was privileged enough to go to the first WAS Congress in 2011. And I sat there as we were only a small handful of people from Africa at this Congress, probably 10 people or less from Africa at that particular Congress. But it inspired me so much. And I saw the advisory board sitting on the stage. And I thought, one day, when I've concluded my whole career and when I've worked so hard, I would like to apply to be on that board. And now, only 10 years later, I'm the president of the organization. And I take that role very, very serious. And what we've done with this Congress in Africa is our motto was to leave no one behind. And for me to attend one international Congress it costs more or less a month's salary. That's not that I earn a salary, I'm in private practice, but more or less a month's salary for a doctor to attend an international Congress. But now with things moving online and with open access and with the fact that we got a big sponsor from HIVOS, we were able to bring 900. There were 10 in 2011. Now there were 900 Africans at this WAS Congress. And these people do not have universities who teach them about anything related to sexuality. They come to the WAS Congress to read your research. So I hope that there will never be a WAS Congress where your research is not presented again, because it really matters. It really, really matters. And you will never know how what you do inspires somebody. I see Eric Janssen there on the screen, and I literally use his work in my clinical practice on a daily basis. It's the reality. I do. Yes. No, but it is the reality, and if you imagine, okay, so that changes my life because it makes me sound clever because I have a model that I follow. But imagine the thousands of people whose lives it has changed, and my whole team of 50 people who have learned about that, who are changing other people's lives. So if you're into, I don't know why you do research. Everybody has a different agenda. I don't know why you would do research that you're not passionate about. Please do something that you are really passionate about, because that's the kind of knowledge that we want. And I think that is what WAS is about, because in our mission statement, or if you see in the way that we accomplish our mission statement, this is part of our statute. It actually says that we are about sharing knowledge, but also experiences and ideas, and what Alan Jami referred to. So we are very much about the lived experience and the passion that comes with the research. We cannot obviously just be, rioting because of rights. We need the research. We desperately need the research, but I would love to support it if it comes from a place of passion as well. So I'm going to leave my presentation, Pedro. With that, I will conclude and hand it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elma. We know each other for a long time, and I know you very well. I know how passionate you are about everything that you do. And I am so pleased that you are the new president of the World Association for Sexual Health. So again, congratulations for that. So any questions or comments? We are reaching the end. We still have one presentation. We are beyond time, so we don't have much time, but any comment or any question about this project, about WAS, you could take advantage of having Dr. Ella Rodolph, which her history is also in a way interesting, how, as she said, and I think that is important, that someone who was born in a country with not so many researchers became one of the first women president of the World Association for Sexual Health with, I will not say your age, but much younger than I was when I became president. So I think that's a good message for everyone in the future.
Pedro, sorry, because I almost missed saying something about the World Observatory. I just want to add why it's so important, and especially the questions related to the Global South and questions related to pleasure, rights, and justice. We don't want to see it somewhere, just one last question at the end of a survey. We want to see these things actually intertwined into the whole research. But what's important is, for me, who sit in Africa, who have a very, very particular interest in sexual health, but I have to read American research all the time and then try and apply it to my context. I had to learn everything I know about sexual health from very much respected American and European colleagues. And we are desperate for relevant information in the Global South. So as president of WAS, I absolutely support this project, and I would really, really do my best with the funding expertise. I don't have any research funding expertise, but with the funding expertise that I have now acquired through the Congress, try and put my weight behind and the weight of WAS behind a project like this. So thank you very much for heading it up and for continuing to align it with WAS's vision, although you are now, you're still the part of the executive of WAS. So it's great to have you there and for you to spearhead this project. Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you, Elma. So questions, comments? There's one there.
Well, actually, it's a question that I want
Can you
to
speak
ask.
louder, because I think, yeah.
Okay, actually, it was a question I wanted to ask in the first presentation. And you actually talk about it right now in your presentation about the World Association for Sexual Health. How is the association planning to approach the research on the third world countries, and how can you fill up that gap that is existing right now in those kind of countries?
Okay, I'm not sure if you heard that.
No, unfortunately not, Pedro. Can you just repeat, please?
So I can say, I think it was already a bit discussed. So the gap between the global north and the global south in terms of research, that was the question. And what will be the role of WAS on bridging that gap? Of course, I will pass the word to you, Elma, of course, because you're now the president. But I think just again, projects like this will be a way of trying to bridge that gap. But of course, this is a very ambitious project, and it's a lot of funding. So we cannot just wait for this kind of huge, ambitious projects to start working on that, toward that direction. But Elma, please, your thoughts on that.
Pedro, if you look at Lebo Ramafoko's keynote lecture at our Congress, it was about how women in Africa are being researched without having any agency in it. And if you look at the work that we've been doing on the Sexual Justice Declaration, that's now our next big project at WAS, is, for me, it is about stakeholder engagement. So I think the attitude of WAS is not for the bunch of European academics to sit and decide what's important to be researched in Africa or in the global south, and not even for academics in those areas to decide what should be researched, but to actually let it come from the bottom up and see what would be important. And what we saw when we were in Nairobi last year is we were told that we shouldn't bring the pleasure stuff to Nairobi because Africa has serious issues, you know, so leave pleasure behind. And what was the thing that they were most interested in Nairobi was pleasure. So we might be surprised what it is that the people want to be researched. It might not be the things that we are interested in. And I mean, it's certainly not necessarily things like population control, the kind of things that were typically researched in reproductive health. So I think we are in WAS. WAS is an organization that people can belong to. So I would really like to see how people are engaged in the process and not only the researchers.
Okay, thank you very much, Elma. We need to conclude. We are over 10 minutes beyond time, but again, thank you very much, Elma, for joining from South Africa. You say that a huge rain there. It doesn't look like there's perfect. It looks like perfect weather, but well, we never know. But anyway, thank you very much again, and we will move forward to the final presentation. Thank you, Elma.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
So now I will introduce you to Professor Isabel Menezes, who's going to moderate the last session. Let me just say that I am, let me thank to Dr. Monica Ferro. It's a great pleasure to have you. Isabel, please, could you please come? Isabel will introduce you, but let me just say that it's a great pleasure to have you with us, and I hope that the next time you will be face-to-face, because I think I can share this. You are from Porto, or at least close to Porto, so that is also very important. So thank you.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm particularly honored to present Monica Ferro. She is from Porto, as Pedro said, so you're almost at home, at least at home, Zoom-like way of being at home. So it's a pity you haven't come this time. She is the director of the United Nations Population Fund since 2017. But Monica is in fact a colleague and academic, and someone who has been at the far front of a discussion of sexual and reproductive rights as human rights. She has worked in several public functions as a member of the Portuguese Parliament, as responsible of various commissions in relation to population, the growth of population, thank you. And also, of course, she has been well known as an activist, and also as someone who had a very engaged participation in media, both in TV and in journals. So she has done a lot in arguing and advocating publicly as a politician and as an academic for human rights and for sexual and reproductive rights. She's coming to share with us this perspective, and it's, of course, a pleasure and an honor to have you here. Monica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Isabel. Boa noite a todos e a todas. I'm very flattered by joining you today and with this wonderful presentation, and I'm really sorry I couldn't join you in person. Last week I met with Ian because we had our principals meeting in WHO, and I was still trying to squeeze in a flight to Portugal. But here I leave the promise of being there next time you invite me in person, because I think nothing substitutes this the human interaction and really being there in the room with all of you. Having said this, I've really enjoyed and learned so much this afternoon. I've been connected for the last couple of hours, and it's been really a great experience. And one of the big advantages of being the last one to speak is that all the relevant things have been done. So now I can really focus on trying to bring a more political analysis to it. Each time I have to talk about these things, and Isabel was saying very rightly, I've been working on this. This was my timer, really. I've been working on this issue on sexual reproductive health and rights, on its connection with gender equality. I've been working on this ever since I was in Portugal, both in academia, but also in parliament. And I have to say that from a legislative point of view, a lot has changed in the last 2 decades. Still, there's some tension. I'm going to call it tension in the absence of a better word. There's still some resistance when it comes to talking about sexual health and sexual rights. When it comes to reproductive health and reproductive rights, I think the issue has become very much consensual. And but if you want to move the agenda forward to sexual rights, the controversy comes in, and it's not only in Portugal. It's something that we see here in Geneva in the many spheres that we work on, and I imagine Ionescu has been very vocal on mentioning that. As Ian also must have mentioned, UNFPA is part of his program, and so we work very closely. And it's one of the beauties of working for this agency. So I work for the United Nations Population Fund. The name doesn't match the acronym, don't worry. It's UNFPA. And let me just take 2 minutes. I know that I know that we've run out of time, but just 2 minutes to tell you the story of UNFPA. So we were created in 1969. We just celebrated 25 years of the Cairo Program of Action in Nairobi, as Elna and Pedro were mentioning. But let me take you a little bit further. So 1969, we were created to provide member states with data, with demographic trends, so they could plan their social economic development. And it's not by chance that we were created in 69. If you all recall, 1968 is the date of that very famous and polemic book called The Demographic Bomb, where everyone got alerted saying the population is going to grow exponentially, the resources are not going to grow at the same level, so we will come a moment where there won't be resources enough to feed the population. So it was against this backdrop that UNFPA was created, and our rationale was, let's provide data to member states. So each time one of you throughout this afternoon mentioned data and the need to collect data and disaggregated data, there's something that resonates very deeply with us, because that's our DNA. Of course, time passed by, and data, numbers, they have people in it. And so this is why UNFPA slowly started to, but gradually started to work on the people inside the data. So we started to work on what's behind the demographic trends. So we started to work on maternal mortality. We started to work on fertility. We started to cover a full agenda that is now recognized as sexual reproductive health and rights. But the tipping point, or if you want, the paradigm shift, really occurred in the 90s. You know, most of you are too young to remember this. I'm seeing the audience now, but the golden decade of the 90s, it was when it's actually when I left Porto to go to Lisbon to study international relations. But because I'm actually from Balbon Gondomar, you know, some of you must know what it is. It's a neighborhood of Porto. But the golden decade of the 90s was the decade where the whole world restated that we trusted multilateral system. So you have 92 with the ECO conference on environmental issues in Rio de Janeiro. You have 93 with the World Conference on Human Rights in Vienna, where for the first time it's clearly said women's rights are human rights. And then you have 94, the International Conference on Population and Development, which is the conference that gives UNFPA its current mandate. So we often say that that conference shifted the focus of UNFPA from human numbers to human rights. And this is when also you get actually the first agreed definition. And I'm going to say this with extra care. It's not that different parts of the conversation don't push the agenda forward, but in order to have a legislative, in order to have human rights that you can implement and you can hold states accountable, you need to have them agreed in international documents. And in 1994, it was the first time we agreed on the definition of reproductive rights and reproductive health. It was the first time. So we are talking about 1994. And it's really a broad definition. It was groundbreaking at the moment. It says that reproductive health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity in all matters relating to the reproductive system and to its functions and process. Easy one. Reproductive health, therefore, implies that people are able to have a satisfying and safe sex life, and that they have the capability to reproduce and the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to do so. So here we introduce the concept of voluntary family planning, the capacity to control your body, the capacity to control one of the most critical decisions you can make in your life, which is if you want to have children, how many children you want to have, and the spacing between births. So as you can see, we are discussing a concept of health, but we are discussing health as a human right, because as Tedros, the DG of WHO, says very rightly, health is a political decision, and we need the political decision so that health can follow. But it's also in this line that we talk about all the techniques, all the methods that contribute to reproductive wealth and well-being by preventing and solving reproductive health problems. It also includes sexual health, the purpose of which is the enhancement of life and personal relations, and not merely counseling and care related to reproduction and sexually transmitted diseases. So this was 26 years ago. And what have we done since then? How have we moved forward in this agenda? I can tell you the story of UNFPA and how we've been doing it. But as you know, and when I have to talk about these issues, there's a very famous quote that comes to my mind, and I bet all of you know it. It's that one from Oscar Wilde when he says, "Everything in the world is about sex except sex. Sex is about power." And this is what we are discussing. And this is really when we talk about human rights and when we talk about sexual reproductive health and rights. I'm going to say this, please don't quote me, but this is the final frontier. Us being able to talk about sexual rights and talking about sexual health, at least with the same level of importance as other aspects of our health. And of course, this quote is as famous as politically charged, but we can go back to that because I'm just going to jump to the final part of what I wanted to share with you today. So we are an agency that's focused on this agenda, and we are the custodians of implementing these agreements that were agreed in 1994. Of course, we don't do it alone. As I've mentioned to you, we are part of the program of WHO, and we are part of several other projects, because although we are a dual mandated agency, this means UNFPA sets up guidelines, but we also deliver services. And this is where the magic happens. And we have 150 offices, 130, and this is quite relevant for us, 130 offices are offices where we implement the agreements we've done with governments. So we decide with the government which projects UNFPA is going to implement. And some of the projects that Pedro and Alain were mentioning had in their PowerPoint presentations. Some of those areas are actually covered by projects that we are running, like comprehensive sexuality education. Pedro, you had sexuality education, we add comprehensive sexuality education because we think that by adding comprehensive, it adds not only the scientific-based evidence, but it also adds behaviors such as gender equality, respect for others, acceptance of tolerance. So this is why we frame it. And also something that was asked by one of our participants, and it's something that I'm delighted to share with you. We actually conducted, you cannot see it, but I can send the link to Professor Pedro Nobre and he can share it with you. We actually did a report that it's called We Decide, Young Persons with Disabilities, Global Study on Ending Gender-Based Violence and Releasing and realizing sexual and reproductive health and rights. So it's the first global study about sexual reproductive health and rights of young persons with disabilities. And as you can imagine, the findings are dire. Not only they are victims of discrimination, they are perceived as not having the capacity to decide autonomously if they want to start a family, if they want to, sometimes they are not capable of controlling their fertility. And of course, the rates of violence and sexual violence against them are really unacceptable. But again, going back to the theme of your seminar, without data, without research, none of this can be put forward, none of this can be dealt with also in these forums that we work. And it was only this year that WHO approved the resolution, not by default of WHO, but it was the first time that WHO approved the resolution on the highest attainable level of health for people, for persons with disabilities, and it has a reference to sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights. So you see, things are shifting. Things are shifting, maybe very slowly, and they're always too slow for my liking. But there's a movement, and there's a way ahead, and for that we need data. Let me just react to a couple of things I've heard while I was listening to the other panelists. Of course, that we are talking about data, and someone mentioned data and the pandemics. And it's true, this is the first pandemic that we are living. So we are talking about data and sexual reproductive health and rights and pandemics. This is actually the first pandemic, the COVID and the COVID-19 and the responses. It's the first pandemic that we are really gathering disaggregated data, because in order to plan for responses, in order to understand the impact, we need to have disaggregated data. You know, we need data that doesn't subsume the experience of women as of different women under the same category, the experience of persons with disabilities under the same category as the gender to which they identify themselves to, and of course many of the issues you mentioned here. And one of the groups that was also mentioned here, and we just released a very cool campaign in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, on sex over 65, and we did it in TikTok to start with. And I can tell you that we had a mixed reaction. Some people thought, bravo, UNFPA, pushing the agenda forward. Some people actually thought that it's not the most important thing that you need to discuss when you are over 65. We actually think it's quite important to discuss sex and to discuss sex with pleasure when you are any age, including after 65. Well, I'm turning 50 in a couple of weeks, so I really feel very left out when I hear all the conversations about discussing sex and discussing reproduction until 50s, I understand, but reproductive health, I don't understand why you should put a barrier when you are reaching 50. And now I'm advocating for myself. But so sometimes broadening the agenda requires approaches like this. And this is why the work that you are doing by highlighting the need to connect health with rights, the need to broaden the agenda in the sense of bringing others' perspective, mainstreaming others' experiences, mainstreaming other parts of the world. It's very clear how the research has been focused in a couple of countries where we have schools where managed to do what Alain was saying, push the agenda of science even when there's no social reivindication for that. So sometimes science, well, most of the time, science moves faster than society. And I think that by highlighting experiences from other parts of the world, it's also important because there's specific contributions that are being done that deserve also the limelight. And I would have so many things to share with you, but I know that we are lagging behind. I would be delighted to have the opportunity to share with you more what UNFPA does on sexual reproductive health and rights. We cover all the themes from voluntary family planning, reducing all forms of violence against women and against men and boys, of course, although it's very clear for us that our priority are women, girls, and young people. And why? Because it's been mentioned here today We have a development agenda, the Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the purpose of that agenda that mobilizes the whole UN is create a world with more dignity for all until 2030, leaving no one behind. So if you want to leave no one behind, you need to reach first the ones who've been left the furthest behind. And those have been clearly women, young people, and many, many other people who've been living with intersecting forms of discrimination without even being acknowledged as being an entity that deserves to be reported in the sense of reported, studied as an individual entity. So this is why we focus on women and girls, but we also work on comprehensive sexuality education. We are actually the agency with the other partners that mainstreams comprehensive sexuality education in the school curriculum, but also for out of school settings. We co-lead with UNICEF the program to end female genital mutilation, which has a lot to do with the work that you are doing, but also we co-lead with UNICEF the global program to end child marriage. And this is only part of the work that we do, because being an agency with 130 countries implementing programs and 40 of them in humanitarian settings, as you can imagine, all these challenges are multiplied, but also very focused in their context, in the sense of drafting a response that suits the country we are working with. But I'm at your service, and I know that we won't have probably time to do a proper Q&A, and I know that you're all tired, but I want to ask Isabel and Pedro if you kindly could share with the participants my email, just in case there's interest to do some follow-up on these conversations, on maybe even thinking on taking part in one of our studies, or just doing an internship with an FPA. I'm always advocating for my organization, but of course my complete availability to go and meet you face to face next time, also because that will give me a wonderful excuse to go and see my parents and my sister and my niece in Portugal, of course. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. I read an interview that you gave to the media when you said that you were optimistic, and I thank you for this, because it was also a very optimistic and thought-provoking presentation where you brought so many interesting ideas, and ideas also for research. So I hope that our researchers over here are also filled with ideas of things they can do, and also a trip to Geneva, and who knows, for an internship. Thank you so much. It was very interesting. I don't know if we still have time for one question. If someone wants to share something, yeah, up there. Temos uma pergunta.
The question will be a little bit about politics as well, because I already have a degree in political science. And the question I want to do is, what type of barriers and risks to these programs, the rise of the extreme right wing in Europe, are presenting to the projects and the actions that the United Nations are making about this theme that we're talking about today? Thank you.
Anyone else? No, I think Monica, then you can have a go.
Well, sorry, I didn't get your name, but that's a very, very important question. And so I didn't say actually what I do, right? So I'm the head of this office, but my job every day is to try to get, in all the negotiations that happen here in Geneva, is to try to manage to get the linkages between gender equality, human rights, sexual reproductive health and development, peace, security, to make sure that those linkages are square and center in all the documents that we produce. If there's a resolution on health, my job is to make sure that they acknowledge the importance of investing in sexual reproductive health and rights, the importance of investing in voluntary access to family planning, that during COVID, these services cannot be shut down and they should not be seen as a second line priority. And so that's my job. I'm mostly a representative. It's my title, but I'm mostly a negotiator for UNFPA. So as you can imagine, that's my main issue now. It's the fact that part of our agenda has been politicized to a point that there's no evidence supporting some of the claims that are being made. And I'm going to give you a simple one: comprehensive sexuality education. All the studies we have, and as I've told you, we are implementing comprehensive sexuality education in dozens of countries, where we help countries to set up the curriculum, we monitor the implementation, we train teachers, and we work also with parents, local leaders, traditional leaders, because we see it as a comprehensive approach to building individuals with a better relationship with their own sexuality, but a better relationship with their human rights and the rights of others. All evidence shows us that countries where comprehensive sexuality education is included in their curriculum, this delays the age of the first sexual experience, and it's done in a more safe context. Young people protect themselves if they know, and if they have the access to information, services, and the power to decide, they will protect themselves against STIs, etc. Still, some of the opponents to this agenda make the point of saying that this induces early sexual behavior. So it's one of those moments, where you almost feel like saying, okay, against opinions, there's no facts I can provide you with. But the truth is that we have a lot of data. But there's also some of this populism. It's more than populism, it's a source of nativism, because populism is about saying to people what they want to hear, but this nativism speech is about, identifying a group, and those who don't belong to our group are not welcome, and those who have a different practice from our group are not welcome. So, but this is being challenged by saying that we work against cultural beliefs, which is not true. What we do is we know that some practices, they are based in social norms. And well, our latest report, those of you who are interested to see, it's called My Body is My Own. It's about bodily autonomy. And it has many, many practices that will interest you as researchers that are built upon social norms that are seen as how do you call it, initiation strategies into a certain group, and that violate your sexual rights and violate your sexual autonomy, your ability to say, this is my body, and I say no. And why this is being done? Because they are built under social norms. But the good thing is that a social norm is something constructed, so it can be deconstructed. But this doesn't mean that we don't consider the cultural context we are working with, or that this is a rebellion against religions. No, what we are saying very clearly is everyone has the right to decide what to do with their bodies. All the perceptions that you have around this can be challenged by science, can be challenged by data, can be challenged by your own free will. And so if this is a claim on the right to autonomy and to self-determination, it's true. But that this is often challenged. And let me just give you a final example that shows how the same speech with different nuances is spread across the world. And it's something that has to do with the themes that we are discussing here. Sexual orientation and gender identity. It's something that is being discussed as if it is not a matter of human rights, when it's all about human rights. It's about you and your identity. It's about who you love. It's about who you are and who you love. This has nothing to do with an agenda that can be promoted with an agenda that can be implemented. You know, that word, that expression that I refuse to comment, and I've been asked a couple of times, gender ideology. I don't even know what that means. You know, it's something that the UN doesn't acknowledge. Our ideology is the ideology of human rights, and this idea that you are who you are and you love who you love. And we have to be very clear and very vocal about this. But of course, that this movement also feeds into some of the fears, and I'm going to apologize to our international guests, but when it comes to Portugal, we all heard that the fertility rate of Portugal is really low, and it is, it's low, but it's aligned with the fertility rates of most developed countries, sorry, and we've been developed for quite some time. But the truth is that women in Portugal, women and couples in Portugal tell us we don't have the number of children we want to have, we have less. So it's quite easy to build a narrative upon this and to make the case of saying this happens because women work outside the house. This happens because if women didn't have a career, they could stay home and they could have more babies. And I've heard this many times. I'm seeing the face of surprise of some of you, but I've been asked this. I've been asked this promptly when I talk about preventing motherhood in childhood, teen pregnancy. And I'm often asked, but what's the problem? Portugal needs babies. Yes, Portugal needs babies, but needs babies who are desired, needs babies who are planned and whose families or family feel they can raise them properly. So you see, the juncture between health and human rights is very complex because it's often the field of a very strong political debate. And I'm going to say this without any doubt. And when it comes to the debate between gender, human rights, sex and human rights, the bodies of women are often the battlefield. And I think this is something that in your research may also come likely. I don't have the data, maybe I should, but how many women actually go to the doctor or go to see a therapist and think that what they have is just another form of the inability they have to express what they are feeling is just a result of all the discriminations they have felt throughout their lives when they were told they should shut up, they should endure this, they should endure that. But I'm Isabel, I'm not only an optimist, I'm a feminist, and a feminist believes in equal opportunity. So I'm not making the case to say that women are the only ones impacted by discrimination, but that the burden has been heavier on women, the burden has been heavier on persons with disabilities, on LGBTQI+, on people who are migrants, and also when it comes to access to sexual health, that I can say without much doubt. But, you know, never ask a woman from Porto to speak 10 minutes because she will take that to the limit. Thank you so much.
And good to know that feminists are also optimists by nature, so it's something that we share. So thank you so much, Monica. Again, I hope that we can share a meal one of these days in Porto. And I have now to pass the word to Conceição Nogueira and to my colleagues, Patrícia Pascoal. Sorry, I have to read the names, I'm terrible with this, Manuel Albano and Rita Tavares Fonseca, because they are going to do the closing ceremony. Bye-bye, Monica.
Ali é por causa do Covid. Ok, obrigada. Covid, olha, Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank to the persons who speak all this afternoon and very We are very delighted to hear all of you. But now, I'm sorry, but I will speak in Português. And vou dar a palavra nesta sessão de encerramento a minha colega da Associação de Planeamento Familiar, a Rita Tavares Fonseca, que nos vai dar umas palavras sobre a sua posição para isto e esta situação da tarde.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of APF, Family Planning Association, I would like to thank for the invitation that you sent to us. It is always with great pleasure that we attend to these events, especially with such rich presentations as the ones that we heard today. When I understood that I would have to do this in English, I thought probably it would be better for me to write down 1 or 2 ideas. So if you allow me to do, I will read a few lines, okay? Thank you. Since 1967, 54 years from now, we, ADF, maintain an active work that intends to contribute to social change that favors a healthier and more fair, more just society in matters such as sexual health and reproductive rights. Always working in a logic of primacy of human rights, just as Monica was saying in the last presentation. Our work takes place in different ways, such as the training of professionals from specific areas and strategic ones, communities-based projects where we work very close to those that are considered more vulnerable, and of course, and very important as well, cooperation work with other organizations. So, for many of the reasons we've been hearing here today, we consider that it is essential that our work is designed and developed based on scientific knowledge and up-to-date technical guidelines, which makes the development of research activities essential for us. It is our objective to contribute to advancement of scientific knowledge in our areas of intervention, of course, not only by promoting scientific research activities and projects, but also by collaborating with projects that can be developed within the scope, for example, of doctoral process. So, it only remains for me to congratulate once again this doctoral program, its professors and doctoral students, and show the availability of the APF for collaborations, but also our interest in the results of your investigations and recommendations for our practice that emerge, the results that emerge from your investigations that can be very useful for us in our daily jobs with the communities and the professionals, just as I said before. So, thus, we wish you all an excellent job, and thank you very much, not only for the invitation, but for all the research that I know that you are going to do, and for the research and the results that we are going to use for quite a time. Okay, thank you very much.
Obrigada. Vou dar agora a palavra, mas de uma forma diferida, à Presidente da Sociedade Portuguesa de Sexologia, que está aqui. Se eu precisar de ajuda, Pedro, talvez seja bom vir para baixo. Está alguns aqui com uma mensagem gravada. Não aparece aqui, Pedro. Já está aqui.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Patrícia Pascoal, sou a presidente da Sociedade Portuguesa de Sexologia Clínica e é com gosto que aqui estou hoje a dar os parabéns ao Pedro Nobre e à Conceição Nogueira, mas também toda a equipa que trabalha para suster o programa doutoral, dar-vos os parabéns pela continuidade deste projeto, pelo arranque de mais um ano letivo e pelo orgulho em haver em Portugal um programa com estas dimensões e que contribui à escala internacional para o conhecimento na área da sexologia. Espero que corra tudo bem, será com certeza mais um ano intenso, cheio de trocas e de benefícios para todas as pessoas na luta pela saúde sexual e na luta pelos direitos sexuais dentro da academia. Felicidades para todas as pessoas.
Ela não está aqui, né? E agora, para finalizar, vou dar a palavra ao Dr. Manel Albano, que é vice-presidente da Comissão para a Cidadania e a Igualdade de Género, e é com muita honra, muito prazer e muita amizade. Tenho sempre aqui o Albano, nós temos sempre aqui o Albano nestas situações, e sabemos que podemos contar consigo e com ele em particular. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, eu. Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Eu vou falar em português, peço desculpa, mas estamos no nosso país e eu também acho que isto é uma questão de afirmação de identidade. E, portanto, não arranja-se tradução simultânea, peço desculpa por esse statement, mas acho que é importante a audiência maioritariamente portuguesa. Um cumprimento à Conceição, ao Pedro, por este programa doutoral que já vimos acompanhando. Um cumprimento muito especial, não sei se a Mónica ainda nos está a ouvir, se tiver um saúde muito especial para a Mónica, temos cruzado caminhos e trabalho em conjunto nestas matérias, é uma pessoa com quem eu muito tenho aprendido e com muito respeito também. Eu não me vou alongar, estamos na sessão de encerramento, já é tarde, já são 6h05, mas dar nota de que sigo a Comissão para a Cidadania e a Igualdade de Género, que aqui represento, quando era a Comissão da Condição Feminina, iniciou um trabalho muito intenso e muito de terreno, um trabalho precisamente sobre as questões da saúde sexual e reprodutiva, dos direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, com um projeto de Varginhas, que correu o país de leste a leste, procurando dar a conhecer e a transmitir às mulheres do nosso país quais eram os direitos sexuais e reprodutivos à época, estamos a falar da década de 80, pós-abril, e que foi necessário e foi essencial para também levar esta literacia sexual às pessoas do terreno. E, portanto, hoje estamos num programa doutoral cuja expectativa, pelo menos para a SIGA, enquanto organismo da administração pública com responsabilidade nesta matéria, é que os outputs deste programa doutoral possam contribuir para a definição de uma política pública mais eficaz e mais atuante no território. E, portanto, também esta é a nossa expectativa e deixo-vos a encomenda também para que isso possa acontecer. Aproveitando isso também, estará a breve prazo em consulta pública a nova geração de planos nacionais, e, por que não, também introduzirem estas áreas e os vossos contributos e os vossos aportes. Aliás, uma consulta prévia já foi feita a algumas organizações, entre as quais a APF já deu alguns contributos para isto, mas também este olhar da academia é sempre importante para densificar a política, porque é através do conhecimento que conseguimos avançar. E quando temos medidas de política baseadas no conhecimento científico, certamente elas serão muito mais bem executadas, serão muito mais capazes e responderão, desde que não sejam meros exercícios teóricos, porque às vezes isso também acontece, meros exercícios teóricos esotéricos que ninguém consegue encontrar, a não ser quem o fez, que tem prazer nisso que o fez, mas também que tenha a sua aplicabilidade direta nas comunidades para ter assistido. E, portanto, parece-me que é importante deixarmos esta nota e este desafio também para que o possam ter. A Mónica já aqui falou, e a pergunta que Inês, não sei, acertei, não, deve ter errado o nome, a pergunta que foi feita lá em cima. Sim, Yara, peço desculpa, não decorei o seu nome. Começava por aí, não estive muito longe. É importante e é algo que nós temos que ter noção, e a Mónica densificou isso na sua resposta. Os direitos humanos nós achamos completamente adquiridos, sejam os direitos humanos enquanto um todo, os direitos sexuais e reprodutivos, os direitos à sexualidade integral, seja ela por sexo, o mero prazer sexual que as pessoas têm o direito a ter, seja ele aqui informado com tudo aquilo que esta literacia da educação sexual deve ter. Isto é tudo muito efêmero e temos provas muito claras no mundo atual de que foram muito difíceis de conquistar, mas são muito rápidos a perder. E eles serão muito rápidos a perder quanto mais nós não estivermos vigilantes, atuantes e informantes para a mudança. E isto cabe-nos a cada um e a cada uma de nós. os 50% ou 60% de abstenção eleitoral nas últimas eleições demonstram um bocadinho este alinhamento que nós temos. E depois não nos podemos queixar. Nós somos quem faz a mudança, nós somos quem construímos, nós somos. Não são os outros, somos nós. Somos todos nós, enquanto um todo, na nossa atuação diária, constante. E aqui também, nesta área tão crítica, tantas vezes, devido aos preconceitos, ao medo, aos tabus que ainda existem para falar sobre educação sexual, não é? A Mónica falou, quando se procurou introduzir na disciplina de educação para a cidadania todas estas questões, o grande debate que se levantou sobre isto. Eu também não consigo saber o que é ideologia de género, confesso, também não consigo ter um conceito, ninguém ainda me conseguiu explicar o que é isto da ideologia de género, a não ser aquilo que é trabalhar pelos direitos humanos integrais de todas as pessoas. Para mim, quando andamos a falar de cidadania, quando estamos a falar de uma disciplina de comunicação para a cidadania, em que estas questões são abordadas, estamos a falar de direitos humanos fundamentais das pessoas, do eu ser, do eu ter, de eu ter espaço, de eu poder estar, de eu poder ser a pessoa que sou, e respeitando os outros e os outros respeitando a minha individualidade. E, portanto, nesta área é uma área crítica, eu volto a repetir, e, portanto, a informação, a investigação, a capacitação, torna necessário. E aqui a Academia tem um papel fundamental. E esta casa, a Faculdade de Psicologia da Universidade do Porto, tem sido determinante, eu nunca me canso de dizer sempre que venho aqui, tem sido determinante em quebrar montes de tabus, montes de barreiras, pioneira na realização de estudos, e na realização de estudos que tiveram a sua consequência direta na mudança estrutural da sociedade e na mudança estrutural da política pública. Portanto, certamente que também não é por acaso que estão nesta casa a iniciar este programa doutoral, as coisas não acontecem por acaso, mas acontecem por esta vontade. E, portanto, quando há vontade das partes, e a SIC aqui tem todo o gosto, e o Pedro em tempos desafiou-nos para isto, e nós temos todo o gosto, teremos todo o gosto em difundir os resultados e, acima de tudo, teremos todo o gosto de apropriar os resultados, que eu acho que é isto que é importante, é que sejamos todos e todas capazes de apropriar resultados, densificá-los e colocá-los ao serviço das pessoas, porque é isso que todos, enquanto interventores sociais, políticos, como quer que sejamos, temos a obrigação de fazer. Muito obrigado mais uma vez, Conceição, pelo convite, é sempre um prazer estar nesta casa.
Terminamos em beleza esta tarde, foi uma tarde muito frutífera. Quero agradecer a todas as pessoas presentes, como já disse uma vez, todas as pessoas que contribuíram e que estiveram aqui, que também estiveram online, são menos do que estiveram no início, e queria, enfim, acabar esta tarde com as belas palavras da Albânia, também da colega da APF, e dizer que isto são realmente questões que nos preocupam e sermos pessimistas ou otimistas, enfim, depende, mas vamos pelo menos não desistir, e não desistir é uma coisa importante e é uma atitude importante. Boa tarde, o resto bom dia e até um próximo encontro, que acredito que seja mais cedo que mais tarde. Boa tarde.
Ficam a saber que não sabiam que eu fiz estágio na Comissão da Educação Feminina.